All right, we are here in case number 25 CV 0000942, One Source Technology, doing business as Assurant versus Shannon Wilbur. We are here for a hearing on a request for a preliminary injunction. The court previously granted a temporary restraining order. So we're here for the required hearing now on the preliminary injunction. If everybody, for the record, could just go ahead and introduce themselves and who you're representing here, that'd be great. We'll start over plaintiffs over here.
Yes, my name is Jen Phillips. I am an attorney at Franz Ward, and I am representing the plaintiff, One Source Technology, DBA Assurant.
Okay.
My name is Ben Kearns. I'm an attorney at Franz Ward as well, and I'm representing the plaintiff, One Source Technology as well.
Is this your representative?
Yes.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Andrew Gavin. I'm
Okay.
the Vice President of Sales at Assurant.
G-A-V-I-N?
G-A-V-I-N, yes.
Right, great. All right, for the defense then?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Chris Lawlick. I'm representing defendant Shannon Wilbur.
Okay.
My name is Anna Maria Jadu. I'm also representing Ms. Wilbur.
Okay, and you're Ms. Wilbur?
I'm Ms. Wilbur.
All right, very good. All right, so any matters we need to discuss before we get started here? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we put our exhibits in plaintiff's binder, or in exhibit binders, so we can give one to the court and to the witness and to the other side. If
Okay, that's
is-
great. All right, well, let's get started. We'll hear from the plaintiff then. You want to make any opening remarks or just however you want to proceed? Go ahead.
I'll be brief.
Okay, sounds good.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for having us. As I mentioned, my name is Jen Phillips, and I'm representing One Source Technology, LLC, doing business as Assurant. Assurant is a company that provides background check screening for companies, employers, nonprofits, and governmental entities. My client did not take the filing of this lawsuit lightly, and I will provide you assurances that we made several efforts to resolve this prior to filing suit. It was only when defendant Shannon Wilbur refused to comply with her contractual obligations and then stole Assurant's confidential customer information and disseminated it to others that Assurant realized they had no other option than to seek court intervention. Many of the facts in this case are undisputed. Ms. Wilbur will admit that when she was hired by Assurant in May of 2017, she signed a non-compete in which she agreed that for 1 year after the end of her employment, she would not work for an entity that competed with Assurant. The definition of competing with Assurant is defined narrowly in the contract to apply to background screening companies. The evidence will also show that prior to joining Assurant, Ms. Wilbur did not have any experience in the background check industry. However, she did have sales experience and marketing experience in communications and in the entertainment industry. Another fact that is undisputed is that prior to leaving Assurant, Ms. Wilbur accepted a job at another company that provides background screening called HireRight. And not only did she accept this job, but she actually worked for these competing companies at the same time for a period of about a week. In addition to working directly for our competitor while working for us, it is also undisputed that during her last week of employment, Ms. Wilbur sent 2 emails from her Assurant email address to her personal Gmail address. And both of these emails contained voluminous Excel spreadsheets that had details about Assurant's customers. Only since filing this lawsuit have we learned that not only did she send these 2 spreadsheets to herself, but she also forwarded one of the spreadsheets to an individual named Sean Kinsella, who had been an employee of Assurant, but was no longer working there. And during our expedited discovery in the last 2 weeks, she admitted that she sent this to Sean to help him with his job search. So my client, Assurant, now has knowledge that its confidential information is not only with Ms. Wilbur, but also Mr. Kinsella and whomever he has shared that information during his job search. You will hear evidence from my clients about the policies and agreements that they use to protect their confidential and proprietary information. You will hear evidence about past enforcement efforts that have been taken to enforce their non-competes. And you will hear evidence about what confidential and proprietary information Ms. Wilbur was privy to and the effect that having that information out in the market would have on my client. We are not here today to prevent ordinary competition. We are here today to prevent unlawful competition and misappropriation of my client assurance, confidential and proprietary information. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, for the defendant, anyone? Mr. Lilac?
Your Honor, so I think I'll just start at the beginning. Counsel for plaintiff said that a lot of the facts here are not in dispute. That is not accurate. There's a lot of facts here in dispute, it seems. First and foremost, Ms. Wilbur did work for Assurance, a background check company. She put in her resignation to work at another background check screening company, HireRight. Now, in the process of leaving HireRight, she'll testify that she was actually very nervous because she knew she had a non-compete. So she talked with HireRight before she left and spoke with one of the vice presidents over there who said, okay, well, I'll tell you what is your sales region? She said, I work in the Great Lakes area. Okay, Great Lakes area, Ohio, surrounding states, more or less. Tell you what, we'll put you in Southern California. We'll put you in Southern California, Hawaii, Pacific Northwest. There won't be any overlap. She says, just so you know, the territories, there was a little bit of ebb and flow to that, and sometimes you'd get a client that wasn't in the Great Lakes. He says, well, I tell you what, how big were your clients? She says, all of them were less than 3,000 is what her understanding was at the time, and still seems to be our understanding. He says, perfect, because this is what we call an enterprise sales role. Enterprise meaning we only care about customers of 5,500 or more employees. And she said, okay, great, I will do a check of that. She gave her notice to Assurance, and Assurance said, please don't go. Just at least stay around for a couple weeks. Give it a week. Give it thought for a week. Then let us know. She did that, and while giving her resignation, was asked, okay, can you just make your resignation the 18th and respond to anything that happens this last week? There was a little bit of minimal work that happened, but it was not competitive. Meanwhile, she wanted to make sure that she was not going to potentially be overlapping with any of her customers at HireRight, so she did email herself a document or a list to review all of those clients, verify all their client sizes. She did that. So bottom line is the competition that's happening now is not, there is no overlap in clients. And I think one of the most important things to note here is we have the affidavit that was filed just last night as well on behalf of HireRight, which gives all of these assurances. As a matter of fact, HireRight was in talks with Assurance and let them know, look, we don't want to step on any toes here. We'll keep her out of there. So we have a representation of her being the senior employee, her being hired there as a senior sales representative. She won't be working with anybody of less than 5,500, and she'll be only in Southern California, Arizona, and Hawaii. And we are going to keep her out of that territory. And has tried to be proactive. Counsel for Assurance represented that there was efforts made and that Ms. Wilbur refused. That's just simply not accurate. She's returned all information that she possibly can. She returned her computer. She does still have possession of the spreadsheet that she emailed herself. She wants to delete it, but we have a litigation hold notice that says that she's not allowed to. She will the moment that this matter is resolved. But there's no unfair competition happening there. Important to note, Assurant will, what you're not going to hear from Assurant today is anything about any customers that have actually been called on. You're not going to hear anything about there being any evidence of her competing in the territory or any evidence to suggest that Higher Rights representation and Ms. Wilbur's representations that she's not going to compete is false. Moreover, one of the other things you will hear about today is that Assurant, if we're going to talk about conduct, engaged in something called Project Elrond. Now, Project Elrond, as Andrew Gavin is going to testify to today, it was a targeted campaign to target the customers of Sterling, another competitor in the industry. And Andrew's going to talk about how they call on these customers, and as a matter of fact, there was even something called the Elrond target list, using, pretty obviously, information that was taken from Sterling, a prior employer who's a competitor in the space. Mr. Gavin's also going to testify that he believes that Project Elrond, for everything that they do, is not irreparable harm, does not cause irreparable harm to Sterling. Matter of fact, she's married to Vice President Pat Sterling, interestingly enough. And so, Your Honor, one of the showings, you have to show by clear and convincing evidence to have a preliminary injunction that there is irreparable harm. Well, if Project Elrond doesn't cause irreparable harm to Sterling, the other entity there, how can what Ms. Wilbur is doing, which has a representation of not calling on any customers, in fact, she hasn't called on any customers, has a representation from her employer that, look, we did a search, actually we did a search, we know for a fact that there is no assurance information. We don't want that. We don't want to be involved in litigation. It's not fun. So they have no interest in that, have shown nothing but interest in getting this done in good faith. Meanwhile, Ms. Wilbur is 6 months pregnant, and a preliminary injunction is an extraordinary remedy as the breadwinner and also a mother of one young daughter. This is going to work a unspeakable injury on her family if she's ultimately put out of work here. So it's a serious remedy here, and we just don't think that it's necessary. We've asked multiple times, what do you want us to do? We will comply. Seems like something that should be able to get done without need for an injunctive relief. One other thing I'll note is that in order to show injunctive relief, you have to show by clear and convincing evidence that no remedy at law is adequate. Well, what we will talk about today also is that there's actually been a number of cases in which employees of Assurant have gone and worked for a competitor, had non-competes, and Assurant makes all the same allegations that you see here in terms of, they took confidential information, they're competing unlawfully. Invariably, those have worked out, a lot of times by Assurant's own suggestion, with monetary damages. Look, in one case, just 4 months ago, there was an agreement to just, look, we just won't pay you the rest of your separation pay. Therefore, that'll be enough to address the issue. So if monetary damages are adequate, how can you have a showing of irreparable harm here? Especially given that Ms. Wilbur is not saying, I'm going to keep the information and disseminate it. She would be the first one to say, if she had a time machine, she would go back and not have sent herself that email because of the optics of that. But she hasn't used that for any competitive purposes.
Okay, thank you. Plaintiff may call its first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, could I just one thing before we call our witnesses
Not
about?
if it's a response to that.
Oh, I was just about the affidavit.
No,
Okay.
This is opening statements.
Okay.
I mean, you're treated as closings, but these guys, call your first witness,
Okay.
please.
My first witness will be Andrew Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, come on up here. affirm the testimony you're about to give, is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then we also be careful.
Okay.
And just speak up in the microphone, keep your voice up
Okay.
for everybody. And this is very informal, so I mean, you don't have to use the podium, you can if you want, whatever you want to do, I'm good with, so, okay?
Makes me nervous when people walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Gavin, would you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my name is Andrew Gavin. I am the Vice President of Sales at Assurant.
And what type of business is Assurant?
Assurant is a background screening company.
What kind of services does Assurant offer its customers?
We offer criminal solutions, we offer verifications, we offer drug testing, tenant solutions.
What are your job responsibilities as the Vice President of Sales?
Sure, so I lead a team of sellers who go to market and attempt to win business, and by business I mean win the background screening program from clients and drive revenue for the organization.
When did you join Assurant?
I joined in May of 2024.
And where did you work prior to joining Assurant?
I worked at Sterling.
For how long did you work at Sterling?
I was there almost 13 years.
And tell me, what is Sterling's business? What do they do?
Sterling is a background screening company also.
What was your position at Sterling towards the end of your 13 years there?
Sure. I was the head of client success.
And during your tenure at Sterling, when you were the head of client success, how many people did you supervise?
Approximately 80 global employees.
Now that you're the vice president of sales at Assurant, how many people do you supervise?
I lead a team of 8.
Tell me about any contractual obligations you had when you left Sterling, another background check provider.
So when I left, I had a non-compete for 22 weeks post-separation.
And did you abide by your non-competition obligations with Sterling?
Yes.
And when did you come to work for Assurant?
A year after I ended my employment with Sterling.
Are you familiar with a woman named Ala Shea?
Yes.
Was she in a chief level position when you were at Sterling?
Yes, she was.
And where did Ala Shea work after she left Sterling?
She worked at a company called Makosi.
What kind of company is Makosi?
They were a public accounting firm.
So they're not in the background screening industry.
They are not in the background screening industry.
How long did Ms. Shea work for this public accounting firm after she left Sterling?
About a year and a half.
Does Ala Shea now work at Assurant?
Yes, she does.
And what is her position at Assurant?
She is the CEO.
When you were at Sterling, did you also work with an individual named Gurdon Blackwell?
Yes, I did.
And to your knowledge, do you know where Gurdon Blackwell went after he left Sterling?
He also went to Makosi.
And I think you testified earlier, that's not a background screening company, correct?
That is not a background screening company, no.
How long did Mr. Blackwell work for this public accounting firm after he left Sterling, a competitor?
Just over 1 year.
Has Gurdon Blackwell since joined Assurant?
Yes, he has.
And what is Gurdon Blackwell's position?
He is the Chief Revenue Officer.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the defendant in this case, Shannon Wilbur. During what time frame did you supervise Ms. Wilbur?
From when I started in May of 2024 until she departed.
And were you her direct supervisor?
Yes, I was.
As a national account executive at Assurant, what types of meetings did Ms. Wilbur attend?
Well, we had recurring sales meetings as a team. We also have company town halls. We had various product-related meetings as well for training. We had revenue operations meetings for, again, training, enablement, education, those types of items. Meetings with technology, with integrations, with implementations. those are the types of meetings that we were attending regularly.
What types of confidential and proprietary information did Ms. Wilbur have access to as a national account executive at Assurant?
Contract details for sure. So in terms of our initial term, rollover periods, relationship, termination, as well as pricing structure and the hierarchy of how we go to market and how we price certain packages, certain services, our product roadmap in terms of what was available, what was being enhanced, and what new products were coming to market for Assurant. Financial information in terms of the performance in that given month or quarter or year, as well as platform. So capability enhancements existing, and then again platform experience enhancements that were being made. Those are some.
So, because I'm not in the background screening industry, it's been alleged that you and your competitors are all selling the same services, right? You're doing background screening. How is your platform different than some of your competitors?
Sure. So I mentioned the fulfillment technology, the fulfillment logic. So our jobs when we go to market and we're talking to clients is to differentiate and use competitive information that we know we can offer our clients. So the way in which we fulfill certain solutions, like our differentiator in terms of our criminal solution, the national file is proprietary. It's owned and aggregated by our organization, which is unique in market. In addition to how we price, the structure, our ability to be flexible from a contractual standpoint, those are some items that we go to market with and are unique to folks who are part of our organization.
And then, sorry if I'm dumbing this down too much, but just so I understand, when you talk about your platform, is this something that competitors would use third parties in order to meet those needs, or how is it different?
So certain competitors in the space do use a third party for a platform. One of the biggest differentiators for Assurant when we go to market is the solution that we ultimately fulfill from a criminal perspective is owned by Assurant, as opposed to the competition. When they fulfill their criminal solution, many choose to use a third-party database. And so what we do when we go to market is we position our solution as being of higher quality and being able to be returned faster as a result of Assurant owning and aggregating that information.
As a national account executive, would Ms. Wilbur have only had access to information about the customers that were in her pipeline?
No.
How would she have access to information about customers in other sales members' pipelines?
So we utilize Salesforce as our CRM, our client relationship management software. And so all clients, either existing or in the prospect universe, are within Salesforce CRM and are accessible for anyone who has access to Salesforce within Assurant.
During your sales team's meetings, do sales employees share war stories or strategies or anything of that type?
Yes. We typically talk about deals that are in pipeline and in the sales cycle, and also deals that have recently been won or deals that had been recently lost.
When you are targeting a company to provide them background services, how do you go about trying to find out who else is in the running or currently providing services?
Yeah, so there are really two ways. The first way is we have another piece of software called Zoom Info, which is integrated into Salesforce. And so if you enter a company's name into Salesforce and then you run it through Zoom Info, it enriches the data, meaning it will include all of the details around that particular company, to also include individuals who work for that company, in addition to how to get in touch with those phone numbers, emails, and also intent levels. So are these individuals with this company going to market or looking for and searching background screenings in Google, for example? That's the type of information, in addition to all of the details about the company, size, location, those items.
How does insurance decide which companies it's going to target?
Yeah, so we looked at where we've historically won deals. So whether that be by industry, whether that be by partner, whether that be by client size, those were variables that ultimately contributed to the type of clients that we were targeting for each seller.
When you are talking with a prospective customer, what questions would you ask them to kind of feel out how you can best meet their needs?
Sure. So we would call that discovery. And so we're having conversations, and there's a bare minimum standard that we're looking to come away from those conversations with, such as the volume of screens per year, the scope of services within the program, who they're currently using as a provider, who else they're speaking to in the process, their ATS, who they partner with. Those are some of the high-level basics that we look to come away with.
Describe for me kind of the competitive nature of the background check industry.
Yeah, it's highly competitive, and it has been that for as long as I've been in the industry. There are many different screening companies out there looking to, win business, take business away each and every day.
I think earlier you mentioned this fulfillment technology. Are there other ways that you differentiate yourself in the market from all these competitors?
Yeah, so the fulfillment piece is definitely one of the major items that we go to market with because it is proprietary to us. It's unique to how we offer our solution to bring screens back to clients faster and at a high quality. We also differentiate through our customer support. We differentiate through our product offerings, even beyond the criminal piece. Our compliance department and our commitment to compliance is also a differentiator for us as well.
And if your competitors had this information about your fulfillment technology or your strategies for customer support, how would that affect you in the industry?
Yeah, I mean, those two areas are really important to how we go to market and ultimately how we win business. And so if there are details that know the inner workings of that customer support structure or the different areas of the country that we have the ability to fulfill faster or at a higher quality as a result of our proprietary technology, that is highly competitive information.
Do customers ever use more than one background check screener?
Yes, it's most prevalent in the staffing industry. So the staffing clients will leverage more than just one background screening provider.
And does that mean, one person might do the criminal background check and another person do the drug tests, or how does it work?
So it really means, for the most part, that staffing companies, they have their end clients. And so their end clients could mandate that they use a particular provider. Even though their primary provider may be Assurant, for example, they could win a client that says, we really like this company and we would like for you to use that company. And so the staffing company wouldn't jeopardize winning that client because they're only going to use Assurant. So then they broach that company if they don't already have a partnership with them, and they enter into an agreement with them so that they can support their new end client's background screening program. And that, there could be several of those relationships within one end client in the staffing industry.
I think you mentioned that the sales team has access to the contract terms. What would be some contract terms that would be detrimental if they got out to your competitors? Don't tell specific trade secrets, but in general.
Yeah, so the initial terms, so the initial length of the contract that we enter into, in addition to the renewal length and how that operates, the relationship that we carry, and how that relationship ties into the initial term and also the termination cause. So termination is also a piece. What is our standard termination? And then additionally, through training, where do we look to step down and negotiate, and tactics do we use there? I believe that those are the heavy hitting items from a business term standpoint in the contract.
From your experience, who are the largest players in the background screening industry?
Currently, it's First Advantage and HireRight.
And how often do you compete with HireRight for clients?
So this year, the data shows that we compete with HireRight the most out of any other provider in the space at about 21% of the time. They are in deals that we are also have been in this year.
Spell hire right.
H-A-R-E, hire, and
H-I-R-E.
H-I-R-E,
H-
and then
oh, hire.
R-I-G-H-T.
No space.
No space.
The word, okay, the regular
But a
word.
capital letter,
Yes.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
like First Energy. How, you also mentioned First Advantage as being a large player. How often do you compete with First Advantage for clients?
We're up against them quite often as well, about 20% of the time so far this year.
At some point in 2024, did Ms. Wilbur take a maternity leave?
Yes,
Do you recall the timing of that?
summer of 2024.
How did you cover Ms. Wilbur's accounts while she was on her maternity leave?
Yeah, so we have a process that we follow. So we took a look at Shannon's active pipeline, and based on where they were at in their sales cycle, so if they were early stage, Shannon would get 25% of that deal should it close, and the new seller, who I would transition all of the deals in her pipeline to, would get 75%. If it were a mid-cycle deal, Shannon would get 50, the new seller who was assigned would get 50. And if she had that deal at late stage, at the time that she went on a maternity leave, she would get 75%, and the new seller would get 25%. So every deal in active pipe had a percentage associated with it before, which was aligned on before she went out on leave. It was passed to a new seller on my team, who also was under the understanding of what percentage they would receive as a result of closing that deal. And then there were, I believe, 4 or 5 deals that Shannon had in pipeline that I had been involved and had been supporting her through, that I suggested, and she agreed, that I take on for her while she's out. And if we were able to get those 4 or 5 deals, because they were larger in nature, a little bit more complex as well, if I were able to get those deals to close, Shannon would get 100% of the commission associated with those deals that came through. So I did not assign 4, I worked them on her behalf while she was out.
So you were not going to take a cut of any of those commissions?
No, I do not get commission based on individual deals.
After you joined Assurant, did the company revise its compensation plan?
We did, yes.
And when did the revised plan go into effect?
July 1st of 2024.
Explain what changed in the plan.
The major adjustment, the major adjustment was we went from a booking model, which meant each seller would estimate the size of a deal based on the volume that the clients were doing per year and the price points that they had forward. So the seller could say, this deal is worth $500,000. And that is a booking amount. That is our best guess based on the information we have throughout the sales cycle of how much that client will produce in revenue. So that booking model didn't directly correlate to revenue a lot of the time because it's a transactional business. So the clients have to actually start placing background screens in order to drive revenue. So we moved to a revenue model instead of a booking model. So quotas could have been $1 million in booking. And if you book a $500,000 deal that actually never goes live, you've retired $500,000 of your quota. In the revenue model, the retirement of quota only starts once the client starts billing with Assurant. So that was the major adjustment, is moving away from booking and moving more towards a revenue-driven model. We also increased the percentage of commission. We also increased the duration in which individuals could get paid on in deals. There were other nuances to the plan as well, but those are the high-level items.
And did these changes to the compensation plan apply to the whole sales team?
The entire sales team, yes.
Ms. Wilbur has argued that she only had clients in a specific geographic territory. When you started at Assurant in May of...
Objection.
What's your objection?
Your Honor, that's just not, mischaracterizes facts and evidence, Your Honor.
See, I don't know, so I'm gonna overrule for
That's fair.
now, and then you could clear that up, and I can determine,
That's fair.
consider that for whatever weight I want to give it.
I'm happy to rephrase it. When you started at Assurant in May of 2024, was Ms. Wilbur in a role that had a geographic territory?
Yes, she was.
And what was her geographic territory?
There were, I believe, 8 states in the Great Lakes area. And the other variable, so that it was geographic based, it was those 8 states, and the other variable was employee size, which was between 500 employees and 19,999 employees.
So anyone in that range, size, and geography was fair game for Ms. Wilbur, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did Assurant reassign territories?
We did. We reassigned territories in September of 2024.
Describe for me how Assurant went about reassigning the territories.
Yeah, so the first piece was wanting to be fair and ensure that any groundwork that each seller had done on their previous book of business within the last 6 months was included in the new book of business. And then the second piece was ensuring that the ideal client that we've come to understand is very prevalent throughout the book of business. So it was more about the industry, the partnership, and the size that helped us pull together these individual books of business by seller.
So when you look at Ms. Wilbur's book of business prior to September 2024 and her book of business after September 24, I think you said there would be some customers that would be the same because she was able to keep customers that were active. Is that accurate?
She was able to keep some customers from her previous book of business, but her book of business was very different and composed of different clients than previous.
And were her clients after September 2024 specific to a geographic location?
It was state agnostic. There was no geographic variable that we used to create books of business for anyone.
So as a national account manager post September 2024, Ms. Wilbur had a book of business throughout the country. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
What percentage of Ms. Wilbur's prior book of business remained with her after the reassignment of territories on average? I won't hold you to enough.
Yeah, I don't have, it was well under 50% of her new book was made up of clients from her old book. I don't know the exact percentage, but it was not large.
Did Ms. Wilbur have any companies in her book of business that had more than 5,000 employees?
Yes.
And do you have a rough estimate of how many?
I want to say close to 200, 250, somewhere in that ballpark.
I'd like to also turn now to Ms. Wilbur's resignation. Tell me about conversations that you had with Ms. Wilbur in April of 2024.
Yeah, so I believe April 4th, which was the first Friday, Shannon and I had a conversation. She was emotional. She had shared concern around, her family and her personal health, and my response to that was take the time that you need to focus on yourself and your family because that is priority. So take the next week. No official PTO is needed to be placed in the system, and do what you think you have to do to get yourself back in a place where you're
What
feeling
time frame are we talking about here?
good. This is
April
April
2025.
I think you said 24,
I
I
thought
think.
it might be
Yeah, all
2025.
right.
25.
So this was April 4th, 20.
This is April
So it's
4th,
just
yes.
talking a couple months ago.
Yeah,
That's what I thought, but then I think you said 24.
thank you, you're right.
So we had the conversation. She expressed, those issues and concerns. She had mentioned, potentially wanting to step away from the business at that point, and I asked her to take a week and do what she needed to do to focus on herself and her family, and she did. We spoke again on the 11th, the following Friday, April 11th, and she had a very similar disposition in terms of still wanting to step away from the business for the items that, for the reasons that I listed, her family, her personal health. Those were the two areas that she listed as her primary reasons for wanting to step away from Assurant. And I said, I understand. Yourself, your family, they are priority. So why don't we talk again on Monday, and we'll see where we go from there. Take the weekend. We spoke on Monday, and she said, that's my decision. And I said, I understand, and I respect that decision. Would you be willing to give me this week so that we can work through transitioning the accounts that are in pipeline and any work that is in flight at the moment with accounts that have either already closed? And she said, yes, since I'm stepping away for personal items or reasons, I will work throughout this week. And my last day will be this upcoming Friday. I believe it was the 18th.
So Ms. Wilbur's last day at Assurant was April 18th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to hand out these exhibit binders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At some point, did you request a formal resignation letter from Ms. Wilbur?
Yes, on Monday the 14th, when it was clear that the decision was final.
I'd like to turn your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 in the book. Is Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 a true and accurate copy of the resignation letter that you received from Ms. Wilbur?
Yes,
And when did you receive this resignation letter?
Monday, April 14th, 2025.
Let's talk about the time frame from April 14th, when she told you she was resigning, and her last day on April 18th. During that week, what types of activities was Ms. Wilbur performing for Assurant?
She was in communication with myself, with internal employees in various departments. She was working on a couple deals that had recently closed, and one deal that was very close to being closing. So there was some contract groundwork that was being put in, both internally and also externally with those clients. So she was interfacing with internal folks within the organization to help move deals forward, as well as clients.
So during her last week of employment, Ms. Wilbur was interacting with clients, is that accurate?
Yes.
Was she attending any meetings?
I'm not sure if she attended a meeting. We met, her and I met, but I don't know if she had attended any other internal or external meetings. I'm not sure.
From April 14th to April 18th, 2025, did Ms. Wilbur still have access to Salesforce and her computer and all other things as a national account executive?
Yes.
I'd like to turn the questioning to First Advantage's acquisition of Sterling. Can you tell me about what you know about First Advantage acquisition of Sterling in the market.
Yeah, I know that it was, there were two of the largest public companies in the background screening space coming together, which was a huge deal in the industry. I think a lot of folks who had spent a lot of time in the background screening industry were quite surprised that it was, the two of the largest companies, and one was acquiring the other when, for the longest time, as long as I can recall, they were, fierce competitors.
And during this notice of the acquisition, what was going on in the market regarding, Sterling's customers, First Advantage customers?
Yeah, I mean, any time that there is an acquisition or merger, especially one of this size, which was, unique to the screening industry, there would be disruption, natural disruption amongst their existing client base, amongst the talent, and that opens the door for opportunity for competition.
I'd like to talk about Project Elron, which was mentioned in the opening statement. What was Project Elron?
Yes, sure. It was a sales campaign that was designed to target who we believed may be Sterling or First Advantage clients.
And when did you first, implement Project Elron?
Late 2023. Late Q4 2023.
What was your role in Project Elron?
Sorry, late Q3 2024. Correct. My role was effectively to operationalize it in terms of ensuring that the CRM was organized, our messaging was accurate, and the sellers each understood the clients that they were engaging.
Was Project Elron a coordinated effort with marketing or other departments at Assurant?
Yes, we needed the revenue operations team to help with Salesforce a bit. We needed marketing to help a bit with some of the messaging. So yes.
Explain to me why Project Elron was fair competition.
Yeah, they were customers. They were companies that we believed were using either First Advantage and Sterling. I mean, between the two, I don't know it directly, but there's thousands and thousands of clients that are part of each of their portfolios, and we were doing our best effort to go after who we thought could potentially be disrupted as a result of the merger and acquisition.
You testified that Project Elron was implemented in late Q3 2024, correct?
Yes.
And was Project Elron successful to date?
Unfortunately not. We are yet to have sold a deal as part of the Elron initiative.
I'd like to turn your
You
attention.
say sell a deal, you mean acquire a new client, new customer?
Right. Anyone who was part of that initiative, we ultimately didn't.
Gotcha.
We have not closed and brought into our business.
We won't tell your boss. Just kidding.
Yeah. Not a good thing.
Can I turn your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 in the binder? And specifically, if you could look to the spreadsheet attached to the email.
Page, which one, exhibit?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Can you describe for me what this document is? I know it's heavily redacted, so.
Okay. This is a pipeline by stage report that was pulled out of Salesforce. It looks like all of these deals that are on here were in Sean Kinsella's pipeline.
What categories of information would be contained in this type of pipeline report?
Very sensitive information in terms of the name of the company, of course, where we got that potential prospect from, the amount that we believe that they would spend on a background screening program, the probability in terms of what was the probability of that particular deal closing. So if it were closer to the end of the cycle, if it were 70% or 95%, that's considered late stage. So you could tell that there had been some good groundwork done there and progress made on that particular client. And then it gives you the dates in terms of when they were engaged and when that deal had been closed out. So it'll give you an understanding of how recent and relevant this particular company was out in market looking for a screening provider.
If a competitor got hold of that type of pipeline report, how could they use that information against Assurance?
Yeah, in ways that I just described in terms of its relevancy. So the name of the company, of course, the size of the amount of revenue that they would particularly spend, and then how recent they were in market, and how far along in the stage were they. That's information that can be used.
Now I'd like to turn to the document which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 13, and specifically to the spreadsheet attached to it. Can you describe what type of document this spreadsheet is?
Okay, this also looks like an opportunity pipeline report in Shannon's name.
And what type of information or categories of information is contained on Plaintiff's Exhibit 13?
So it's the name of the company. It is the type of company, so it likely will have the industry there, the stage in which it was at. So if it were closed won, it would indicate within the stage that this was a deal that was won by Shannon. The date in which that deal was won, the amount that it's worth, so how much revenue can we expect from the deal. That's the information that's located in this report.
How are the spreadsheets that are in Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 and Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 different from the spreadsheets that you used in Project Elrond?
The Project Elrond's list was names of companies we believe may be using First Advantage or Sterling. This information is much more detailed and provides a lot more competitive intel in terms of the items that we had just stepped through with the size, the recency of the client looking, et cetera. So this is a very detailed report, and what we were working off initially from Elrond was just names of companies that we believe may be with Sterling or First Advantage.
From your years of experience in the background screening industry, is Ms. Wilbur stealing the type of information in Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13 a fair competition?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
All right, so Mr. Gavin, you talked a little bit about there being some proprietary information that was specific to Assurant, right?
Yes.
And you were referring to the IQ Logistics proprietary software there?
We call it Sure Search.
Sure Search. Okay. And is that the same thing as IQ Logistics?
IQ Logistics is a legacy name for this. Yes,
So different name for the same thing.
correct.
IQ Logistics is actually discussed on your public website, correct? Assurance public website.
I believe it may be, yes.
Okay. Is there anything proprietary that Ms. Wilbur took with her from that's not listed on the website?
I don't know.
Possible she didn't take anything.
I don't know.
Okay. So, obviously, don't know if she even took it. Don't know. There's no evidence that she shared any of that information, correct?
This is in regards to IQ Logics.
That's what we're talking about now, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did I mispronounce that? Is it IQ Logics?
It's a Sure Search is what we describe it as. That's the name of the technology we use.
Okay. And you had testified previously that Assurance and HireRight are major competitors, right?
Yes.
And you in fact said 21%, I think, of deals
Yeah.
Is
This
it-
year.
this year?
Yep.
Perfect. But isn't it true that of those 21%, the overwhelming majority of those are transportation deals?
I don't have the facts to say yes or no.
Okay. It's possible.
I don't know the breakout of the deals by industry that we've been up against HireRight on.
Isn't it true that Ms. Wilbur hasn't serviced a single transportation deal in at least the last three and a half years?
I've only worked for Assurance since May of last year, right? So throughout my tenure with Assurant, I don't recall Shannon working a transportation deal.
Okay. Let's suppose she had. Let's just suppose she had. There's no evidence that she has. Let's propose she had. Let's suppose she had. What if she were to just agree? Look, we'll never call a transportation client then. Would that be sufficient to protect the interests of Assurant?
That's not my decision.
I'm just your opinion. What's your opinion on that?
No.
Why not?
We compete across all industries.
Okay. What industries aside from transportation?
Do we compete with HireRight on?
Yes.
You could, every industry that does background screening could research both HireRight and Assurant for the ability to bring them on board and service their background screening program.
Okay. Now, as far as the geographic or the size of targets, the size of the potential targets, I might have misheard you today. How many of Ms. Wilbur's targets were over 5,000 customers?
In the book provided September of 2024, I believe there were around between 200 and 250 clients that were over 5,000 employees.
Okay.
5,000, I had written about 5,500.
And that's interesting. That's interesting because I talked to you 2 days ago, right? Remember the deposition?
Yes.
And you named only one and said there were maybe up to 5.
In
Sorry?
Objection, that's,
We can go to the deposition testimony. if we need to.
Well, it's Chair's response, and you can do what you need to do with that.
in terms of the clients in her book of business that she had the ability to prospect, to call on, there were around between 200 and 250. In terms of the clients that were in her pipeline or that she won, that's what I believe we referenced there being a handful of, not the grouping of accounts that she could go after in her territory.
Okay, so I think it's an important thing to distinguish here because we've got the books, the clients that she could potentially go after, and then we got what we call the closed one, which are the ones that she actually went after, the actual clients. Right?
The closed one are the clients that she closed a deal, signed a contract on. There's another subset of active pipeline, so clients that she called on, engaged, and then brought into pipeline and then worked through sales cycles. So there's a grouping of those. And then there are the 200 to 250 accounts that are in her book of business. Those are just the ones that are assigned. Now, if others come into her book of business, that is also possible.
Okay. So at your deposition, we talked about, I asked you to identify the ones over 5,000, and the
Yep.
one that was closed one you identified, if you recall, was Thayer, correct?
That's correct.
And you also recall that Thayer, we looked at the public information available to Thayer, and Thayer actually says publicly that they only have between 500 and 1,000 employees on their LinkedIn, right?
Yes, you showed that illustration.
Okay. And they're in Pataskala, Ohio, right?
I don't recall where they're from, sorry.
Okay. Possible they're in Pataskala, Ohio.
I just don't recall where they're from, sorry.
Fair. Okay. Aside from Thayer, what clients can you name for us here today that are above 5,000 that were actual clients, actual closed one clients of Ms. Wilbur?
I believe Marion University was one. There was a subset or sector of Kelly Services. Kelly Services is a very large company. You know, Girl Scouts is, you know, collectively Girl Scouts is much larger than 5,000. There was a deal closed there. Those are just a few off the top of my head.
Okay. Marion University, where's that located?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How about the Kelly Services? Where's that located?
They're throughout the country.
Okay. Where's their headquarters?
I don't know where the headquarters is.
So if we were to, all those clients you just listed, if Ms. Wilbur were to say, look, we'll never call one of those, why would that not be adequate to protect the interests of Assurant? And I know it's not your decision, I want to just understand your understanding.
Well, I think, at least initially, there is, you know, proprietary information that she has and can share not only with that prospect, but also at individuals in the company. And, you know, it doesn't seem like it would be fair to just remove those clients.
Okay. What proprietary information do you believe that she's going to share?
I don't know what she would share. It's more about what I guess she could share.
Okay. By the way, have you heard anything or have any evidence to suggest that Ms. Wilbur or anybody else from Higher Ed has called Marian University?
No.
How about Kelly Services?
I don't know if they've put any calls into any of these clients.
Okay, so as far as you know, no competition happening yet.
I'm not aware of any activity that Shannon has had with her employer.
Talked a little bit about Ms. Wilbur's resignation, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about how she was emotional, correct?
Yes.
And when she originally attempted to resign, that you were the one that asked her to take some time and put that off a little bit, correct?
I asked her to take time to, prioritize her and her family's health and think on the next steps with our organization, yes.
And reconsider her decision, correct?
No.
You did not, okay. What do you mean by prioritize her family's health with the resignation? I just want to understand that.
The reason she said she was stepping away from the business was to focus on her family.
In that week, that final week that she ended up being with Assurant, there were several customers she engaged with.
She did have engagement with customers.
That engagement was limited to responding to emails from those customers to close deals on behalf of Assurant, correct?
She was engaged with customers that were recently had signed a contract and that were close to signing contracts
Right. But they were on behalf of Assurant, correct?
on behalf of Assurant.
Right. Do you have any evidence that she was actually double dealing and working with Higher Right on those customers?
I do not.
Okay. And have any of those customers since then been contacted by Higher Right or Ms. Wilbur since she left?
I have no way of knowing that.
But you don't have any reason to believe it, correct?
I have no way of knowing if they have been contacted by Shannon.
But I just want to be clear. You would have probably heard of a customer being contacted by a competitor, correct? Or no?
No, it happens all day long, every day. I am not made aware of that.
Okay. Who would be aware of that on behalf of
If other companies are calling into our existing clients,
How would anybody be aware of that?
the only way you'd be aware is if they told us.
if they tell you? Right. Like that's what I would assume. Is, hey, just so you know. I'll
Yeah, but
work
if
with
they
Assurant.
don't, then they don't know, right?
Right. But if you haven't heard,
So that your question is, did any of your current clients let you know that they had contacted? you?
correct.
All right.
Yeah, it's just not the most artfully stated, Your Honor. I apologize.
It happens every single day, and none of our existing clients indicated to me that Shannon had called them.
Okay. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about Sterling. I know there was some testimony that that you had previously had a non-compete, but that expired before you started working at Sterling, right?
I had a non-compete for 6 months after leaving Sterling, and I waited a year before joining Assurant.
Okay. And you did, but there were other employees besides yourself that ended up coming from Sterling, correct?
Yes,
Specifically, Austin Hover was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Gary Burns was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Chelsea Crossan was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes.
Kimberly Chochan was recruited from Sterling, correct?
Shohan, yes,
Sohan, thank you for the clarification. Joe Morris was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Jenna Barnhart was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Emily Steiner was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Keith Bowen was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Evgenia Miller was recruited from Sterling, correct?
yes,
Leilani Brown was recruited from Sterling, correct?
Yes.
It's possible there's more, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Sterling, you were formerly employed at Sterling for a good amount of time. You know it's their practice to use non-competes, correct?
I had a non-compete at Sterling.
Okay. Was that their general practice, or were you unique in that regard?
I believe it was general practice. Others on my team had a non-compete.
Okay. Did Assurant do any screenings for any of the employees that came over from Sterling to see about their non-competition obligations?
I wouldn't be privy to that.
Okay. And in addition to non-competes, there are obligations for employees at Sterling to maintain confidentiality of information, correct?
Yes.
And that is, unlike a non-compete, which is limited to time, confidentiality agreements aren't limited to time, right?
I am not aware if they are or are not.
Okay. Speaking of, on that issue, Project Elrond, that was a name that came up from Gurdon Blackwell, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you told me that was a reference to the movie The Martian.
Yes.
It refers to a secretive meeting that happened in that movie, apparently.
I knew it as, I had not seen the movie. I knew it as a reference to the movie. That's the extent of my understanding of the name Elrond.
Okay. Was it your understanding that that Elrond was to be kept secret?
No.
It's not?
No.
Have you told your wife about it?
No.
Okay. Your wife works at Sterling still, correct?
Correct.
Why haven't you told your wife about it?
Because we have a very clear understanding that it's very important to respect and appreciate our individual jobs and to not share information that could put us in a position where we're having to explain ourselves. We have a family and we have high integrity, and it's extremely important to keep our professional lives professional and our personal lives personal.
Okay. Let's go to the exhibit that we talked about a little earlier. Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 in the binder. I'd like you to go to that spreadsheet in the binder. Now, I know that this is heavily redacted, so we're not going to talk about any of the specific information that's there. I know we don't know that. But let's talk about these columns here.
Okay.
Top account CSI, I'm sorry, let's start on page 2 of the exhibit, to be clear. I'm looking at the spreadsheet. Top parent account CSI ID, do you see that?
Yes.
Now, is that the name of the account in your database, or what is that in column? I'll just ask you that.
Yes, this would be the name of the account that is listed in our platform.
Okay. and that platform is Salesforce we're talking about?
The CSI platform is the actual platform that the clients would be in. It's an ID that identifies that client so that they can be billed properly, so that they can be reported on properly, etc.
Okay. And that's distinct from Salesforce? I'm just trying.
This is separate of this item is listed within Salesforce.
Okay. Okay. CSI account ID. What is that?
It's the same.
Okay. And is that like a number, for example, usually, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Account name. What is that?
That's the name of the customer.
So like this would be where, for example, it's a fair, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Opportunity name, what is that?
Typically, it's the same as account name, but you could identify the opportunity within the account if it were unique to just background screening or just drug testing, for example. It's just a better way to organize the opportunity within the account. But oftentimes, it's the same as the account name.
Okay. And what is type?
I can't think of what the type is off the top of my head. I don't believe it's industry, but that's what comes to mind initially.
Okay. And stage, what stage?
Stage would be the stage in which that deal is in our pipeline.
Okay. And then the close date, I assume is whether it's closed or not, correct?
Correct.
Or and the date, if it is closed, the date.
Correct.
Okay. And split amount, I understand that to be if there's any sort of share of credit between salespeople, that would be information in that column, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And percent is probably the percentage of the split, I assume?
Percent's actually tied to the stage. So if it's early stage, 25%. If it's in proposal, 35%, so on and so forth.
Okay, that's probably like a subjective guess. Hey, we think this deal's 55% there, or something like that.
Yes. In this instance, because the next column says with splits, it's possible that if there is a split amount, the percent could be listed there, but I believe the percent in the ports I see most is tied to stage.
Okay. And owner role with splits, what's that?
Who owns the opportunity? So the role of the owner, in this case, the owner is Shannon. If there is a split, it would show the individual who it's being split with name there.
Okay. So you agree this spreadsheet doesn't have, for example, client contact information that you could use to call one of the people that's listed here, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't have phone numbers, emails for the client contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this list alone wouldn't provide the ability from this list alone to contact somebody directly on behalf of the customers, correct?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Absolutely, because it was poorly asked. This list alone wouldn't provide another entity the ability to contact a specific customer or know who that customer is, correct?
Well, they would know who the customer is because the customer name is listed here.
But it wouldn't, more specifically, the contact within that customer, correct?
This report wouldn't show you who to contact within that company.
Okay. As far as, there's some talk about how Ms. Wilbur went from the Great Lakes region, which she had for 3.5 years as an NAE, and then there was a change in the way that territories were looked at, correct?
Yes.
But with respect to that change, that happened in September 2024, right?
Yes.
And it is the case that all prior activity for employees continued to be associated with that employee. In other words, the employee's book of business did not get taken away from them. Ms. Wilbur's book of business up until September of 2024 would have been the Great Lakes region and then added to with agnostic clients, correct?
Any accounts that Ms. Wilbur contacted within the last 6 months, so call it March, so from March to September when we made the adjustment, if there was any engagement or activity, those accounts would come in did come into her new book of business, in addition to new accounts that were assigned.
Okay. And with respect to the clients that were closed won, so the actual clients, those continued to stay with Ms. Wilbur, correct?
So after deals are closed won, there is not a retention accountability for the sales team, so they would move through implementation and then into the respective client support treatment strategy model. So she didn't have accountability, nor do any of the sellers, to manage or remain accountable for the support of those programs.
Okay. I'd like to go to an exhibit here. A new one. Let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, and this is an email here where you are talking about Project Elrond, specifically giving a list of targets to employee Gary Burns, correct?
Yes.
And he's also a former Sterling employee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here there's 184 accounts listed, right?
Yes.
And if we go to page 2 of this spreadsheet, of this document, we see a spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
And this would be, in fact, the listing of those 184 targets, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the left-hand column says original name, correct?
Yes.
And that refers to the name of that company as it's defined in Sterling's CRM, correct?
No.
What does it refer to?
It's the name of the company.
Okay. So what's the original then? Where's the original being taken from, if it's just the company name?
The original name is the column of companies that we believe may be doing business with either First Advantage or Sterling.
Okay. And how do you know that those companies were doing business with Sterling?
So there are several ways that we identify. As mentioned, every client we speak to, or every prospect, that we speak to, part of our line of questioning includes who are you currently using as your background screening provider, and that information is within our CRM. And so that's one way of it's one way to have our best guess at who they may be using, assuming they're telling us the truth. There's also logging on to most of the competition's websites. You're able to see testimonials. You're able to see different partners that they do business with. Perhaps those partners have testimonials on their website. So there's several different areas of research that we do to try to get as much information that we can about companies before trying to go and win their business.
So you said the contact information would be in your CRM, correct?
The contact information?
Yes. That information about the client would be in the CRM, correct?
If the company is in our Salesforce, it should have contacts associated with it.
Right. But the way you would know who somebody's working with is from your Salesforce information, correct?
If we're prospecting and we have a conversation and it is very brief, for example, and they do share with who they're currently using, I can't say with 100% certainty that individual would go into Salesforce and enter that company name and enter that interaction along with the contact they spoke to. I'd like to see that be the case, but that's not always the case.
But they're going to enter the company into Salesforce, correct?
I would like that to be the case, but that's not always the case.
Okay. Well, why would that not be the case?
Because they're moving on to the next client or company to call, and they see a better use of their time being spent going to market and speaking with clients that will do business with them, rather than entering in or doing administrative work associated with Salesforce.
Okay. We go to the next column here. Column B, Assurant SFDC name, correct?
Yes.
And that's the Assurant Salesforce name?
Yes.
So all of the, you'll notice there's a few companies that have names, but most of them are NA, correct?
Yes.
So all of those companies were not, at least at the time of this email, in Salesforce on behalf of Assurant, correct?
Correct.
So we've got 184 customers here. Most of them are not in, or targets I should say, most of them are not in Salesforce for Assurant. So where did the information come from to know that these are targets that are appropriate to target?
Yeah, some of them, not most of them, some of them are not in Salesforce. And as I mentioned, when we speak to clients and that client isn't entered into Salesforce, we could add them to this list as someone who indicated that they're using Sterling or First Advantage. The same would go to if we go to Sterling or First Advantage's website and we see that there's a testimonial or we see that there's a client logo on there some way, somewhere, we would include that as a possible customer to target on this list.
You told me that Gurdon Blackwell is the one who provided all the information on this.
Yes, Gurdon provided the initial list, correct.
Okay. And I mean, wouldn't you have had to have gotten that information from Sterling?
No, not that I'm aware of.
How would he have gotten it?
How would Gurdon have gotten it?
Yes.
He could have created it. I can't speculate on how Gurdon came to create the initial file I received.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how hard it is to you know, if I put you on the spot right now and I say, name every client she ever talked to, that's about impossible, isn't that right?
Every client that she ever talked
If
to,
I were
yes.
to say, name every single client Ms. Wilbur has ever talked to for 8 years,
Sure.
put you on the spot right now, that would not be very fair questioning, right? Very difficult to remember every client that was ever talked to, right?
Sure.
So I'm wondering, how is it even possible that Gurdon Blackwell would have just had a list of many, many Sterling clients that aren't in Salesforce, aren't in Assurance Salesforce, just had them all, if that information did not come from Sterling?
I cannot speculate on how he created the list initially. I have not worked for Sterling for 2 years, and I could come up with a pretty substantial amount of clients that may still be using or were thinking about using Sterling while I was there. But I can't speculate on how he compiled this list.
Okay, so won't ask you to speculate on that. Let's assume, this is hypothetical. If this information, if you were to learn that all this information was in fact downloaded from a Sterling database, would you believe that to be fair competition or unfair competition?
I am not going to speculate on if this list was taken from Sterling.
Understood, and I'm not asking you to.
Okay.
But earlier, you were asked on your direct examination to speak to the difference between unfair competition and fair competition. So I just want to understand that myself. So I'm not saying that this was downloaded. Okay.
Okay.
I'm asking you. Let's just assume hypothetically all this was downloaded from Sterling's database before somebody left, and now has been uploaded to Assurant and is now being used for targeting. Is that fair competition or unfair competition?
I don't feel comfortable even speculating or using hypotheticals. What I would say is I do not believe that Project Elron was unfair competition.
Well, how do you conclude that?
Because these were clients that may or may not be doing business with First Advantage or Sterling, and we are working perfectly within the confines to approach them and try to win their business as we do with every client, no matter whom they're using. We have that's fair competition in my opinion.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what I was trying to get at. If this information was in fact taken from Sterling, this information that you can see on this spreadsheet, do you believe that to be fair competition or unfair competition?
I don't know that it was taken from Sterling.
He's not asking you that.
Okay.
It was or wasn't. He's saying, let's assume for argument's sake it was.
Okay.
Would you consider that to be fair or unfair competition? That's his question.
If this list of clients was stolen from
Assuming that's what the word, yes.
stolen
Yeah, sure.
from Sterling, would that be fair to then go after?
Yes.
No.
Okay. But it's your testimony that Project Outline is in fact fair competition.
Yes, that's his testimony.
Okay. But you don't know where this list came from, besides Gordon, but how he got it, you don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for your help on that. Move on from that. Hey, no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just a few. If you turn back, Ms. Wilbur's counsel asked you some questions about the chart on Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. You'll take a look at that. In your testimony, you were asked whether there's any client contact information on this spreadsheet, correct?
Correct.
If you had that spreadsheet with no client contact information, what would be your typical procedure for getting client contact information for those customers?
I would take the company name and I would run it through Zoom Info to enrich the data and illustrate names, titles, and contact information for folks who worked at that company.
Now I'd like to, and before we turn from that, on that spreadsheet, there's no category for number of employees for those customers, correct?
Correct.
Next, I'd like to turn to Defendant's Exhibit number 1, which you were just shown. Is Defendant's Exhibit 1 a document that plaintiff produced in this case?
Yes.
Plaintiff?
I'm sorry, defendant, Ms. Wilbur produced in this case?
Yes.
If you look at page 2 and 3 of Defendant's Exhibit 1, is there any information about these companies other than their name?
No.
In Defendant's Exhibit 1, do you have any information about where these customers are on a potential pipeline?
No.
In Defendant's Exhibit 1, do you have any information about the projected revenue that would be obtained from these customers?
No.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination as to the redirect.
Just very briefly. Talking about customer information, you said you get some of the information from running it through something called Zoom Info, correct?
That's correct.
That's a publicly available service, correct?
Publicly available? No, it's a license that we subscribe to and pay for.
Sure, but that information, for example, you have to pay for it. but HireRight, for example, could get the same information by paying for its license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, sir, you may sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take a 5-minute break and then, I'm sorry?
Um,
Oh, yeah, leave the exhibits there.
Okay.
Take a 5-minute break and then we'll start back up.
Thank you.
All right, plaintiff may call its next witness.
Your Honor, if permitted, we'd like to call plaintiff on cross.
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, that's me.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know legal terms.
No, I know.
Please raise your right
I'll
hand.
leave you out.
Yeah,
That was the ones I
You
probably
swear the
had.
testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, Steve, be careful with the chair there. Whenever you are set.
Ms. Wilbur, since the court issued a TRO in this case, have you performed any work for HireRight?
No,
When the TRO was issued in this case, were you in the training phase at HireRight?
no.
When did you complete training at HireRight?
I don't know the exact dates. It was probably April 28th until that week. I was in Nashville, but I mean, after orientation, pretty much everything would have been training. And orientation was the first week.
Could you please turn to what is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 1?
Yes,
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 is a true and accurate copy of the resume that you prepared and provided to Assurant when you were hired, correct?
correct.
According to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, you worked for Thistledown Racino from July 2014 to May 2015. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
In your resume, you indicated you were responsible for targeting, developing, and assessing new business relationships at Thistledown Racino. Is that accurate?
yeah,
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, you also represented that you performed marketing and inside sales duties for Thistledown Racino from July 2014 to May 2015. Did I read that correctly?
correct.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, you also indicated that you were an event sales manager and responsible for outside sales at Thistledown Racino starting in May 2015. Is
Correct.
that accurate?
Yes,
And in your resume, it states that you were working at Thistledown from May 2015 to present. What does present mean? Is that the time you applied at Assurant?
I would assume so.
Next, I'd like you to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 19. There's several pages, so take a look. Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 is a true and accurate copy of screenshots of communications between you and various recruiters. Is that correct?
Now I'm there. Yes,
And you produced what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 in this litigation, correct?
correct.
You consider your personality to be your best tactic at closing deals, correct?
Absolutely.
People like to buy from you because they like you and trust you, correct?
Yes,
Next, I'd like to turn to what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 8. Plaintiff's Exhibit 8 is the non-competition and non-disclosure agreement between you and Assurant, correct?
correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the agreement?
Yes,
You admit that your signature is on page 6 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, correct?
I would assume so. I'll go to page 6 though, just to make sure. Yes,
You signed Plaintiff's Exhibit 8 on May 1st of 2017, correct?
yep,
After you signed Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, you continued to work for Assurant for approximately 8 years. Is that accurate?
8 years, yep,
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, you agreed not to compete with Assurant for 1 year after the end of your employment, correct?
correct. But I'm not competing with Assurant right now.
That wasn't the question. Just
Sorry.
answer the question.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, you agreed not to solicit Assurant's existing or prospective customers for 1 year after the end of your employment, correct?
Correct.
And also in Plaintiff's Exhibit 8, you agreed not to disclose any of Assurant's confidential information, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to Exhibit 2. Is Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 a true and accurate copy of the offer letter you received on March 17th, 2017?
Yes.
And this is an offer letter from Assurant, correct?
Correct.
When you first started working at Assurant, you were an inside sales representative, correct?
Correct.
When you first started at Assurant, you received an annual salary of $37,000. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And at that time, you also received commissions and bonuses, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Is Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 a true and accurate copy of the letter you received on May 23rd, 2019, promoting you to a senior regional account specialist?
Correct.
As a senior regional account specialist, you received an annual salary of $47,000, correct?
Correct.
You also received commissions and bonuses on top of that salary. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Next, I'd like you to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. Is Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 a true and accurate copy of a letter you received from Assurant on February 24th, 2020, offering you a regional account specialist team lead position?
Yes.
As a regional account specialist team lead, you received a guaranteed salary of $50,000, correct?
Correct.
And again, at this time, you were also receiving commissions and bonuses, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could turn to Exhibit 5. Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 is a true and accurate copy of a letter you received from Assurant on January 11th, 2022, promoting you to a national account executive, correct?
Correct.
And as a national account executive, at this time, you were receiving an annual base salary of $75,000, correct?
Correct.
And as a national account executive, you also were eligible to receive commissions and bonuses on top of your salary, correct?
Correct.
Next, I'll have you turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 6. Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 is a true and accurate copy of a letter you received from Assurant on February 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Effective April 1st, 2025, Assurant granted you a raise so that you were making a guaranteed salary of $95,000. Is that correct?
It says 92.
Oh, $92,500?
Yeah, that's correct.
In less than 8 years, Assurant increased your base salary from $37,000 to $92,500. Is that accurate?
Quick math. Yep.
In other words, during your tenure at Assurant, your base salary more than doubled. Is that correct?
Yes.
By your calculation, if you would have stayed at Assurant for all of 2025, you would have made $118,000 in total compensation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to turn now to your resignation. On March 3rd, 2025, you accepted an offer of employment with HireRight, correct?
Did you say what number we were on?
No, it's just...
There was no.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there's a lot of numbers.
Nope, done. Yes, so on March 3rd, 2025, you accepted an offer of employment with HireRight, correct?
Correct.
March 3rd was the day you decided you were going to leave Assurant. Is that accurate?
Correct.
You did not let your boss, Andrew Gavin, know that you intended to leave Assurant until April 4th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
So you accepted a job offer from HireRight on March 2nd, 2025, but continued to work for Assurant until April 18th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's almost 6 weeks.
About, yeah.
When on April 4th, 2025, you told Mr. Gavin that you wanted to resign, he asked you to think about it for a week, correct?
Correct.
And during the week of April 4th to April 11th, you responded to a couple emails, correct?
Correct.
But in your own words, you really didn't do much. Is that accurate?
Very accurate.
On April 11th, 2025, you told Mr. Gavin, your boss at Assurant, that you were going to resign. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sean Kinsella, another Assurant employee, resigned a week before you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
On April 11, 2025, you sent 2 emails from your Assurant email address to your personal Gmail account, correct?
Correct.
And can you give us your personal Gmail account address?
Yeah, it's shannon.wilbur@gmail.com.
I'd like to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 is a true and accurate copy of the email and attachment that you sent from your Assurant email to your personal email address at 5:02 p.m. on April 11th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
The spreadsheet attached or contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 contains information on all the customers you had serviced while at Assurant, correct?
Closed one, yes. Not
What'd you say?
closed one, not just serviced. It's not everyone I've talked to, just people that I've closed.
Deal.
Yeah.
The spreadsheet attached to Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 reported the amount of revenue that was generated from each of the customers, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to also turn now to Plaintiff's Exhibit 14. That same day, April 11th, 2025, you sent another email from your Assurant email address to your personal Gmail address. Is that right?
Sorry, what number?
Exhibit 12.
12?
12.
Yes.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 is a true and accurate copy of the email that you sent from your Assurant email address to your personal email address at 5:32 p.m. on April 11th, correct?
Correct.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 contains a spreadsheet called a pipeline report. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 contains information about Assurant's existing and prospective customers, correct?
Correct.
You emailed Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 to your personal Gmail account so you could pass the spreadsheet along to Sean Kinsella, a former Assurant employee. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 contains information about the amount of certain deals. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 also contains information on lead sources for specific customers, correct?
Lead source, yes.
You sent the spreadsheet to Mr. Sean Casella because he wanted to use the spreadsheet during job interviews, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn now to Plaintiff's Exhibit 20. Plaintiff's Exhibit 20 is a true and accurate copy of a letter that your attorney sent on your behalf, correct?
I was on the wrong one. Correct.
According to Plaintiff's Exhibit 20, you emailed Exhibit 13 to yourself so that you could confirm you never had a single opportunity or client with a company of over 5,000 employees. Did I read that correct?
Absolutely.
According to Plaintiff's Exhibit 20, you emailed yourself a list of former opportunities in connection with that review, but had not retained or transferred that information to HireRight or any other third party. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
However, in this litigation, you produced this same spreadsheet contained in Exhibit 12 and 13 in an unredacted form, correct?
Correct.
And you sent Plaintiff's Exhibit 12 to Mr. Kinsella, a former Assurant employee, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 is a true and accurate copy of the resignation email that you sent to your supervisor, Andrew Gavin, on April 14th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And your resignation letter reads, or actually, could you read the resignation letter for us?
After 8 incredible years with Assurant, I am writing to formally resign from my position effective Friday, April 18th. The decision was not made lightly, as my time at Assurant has been nothing short of extraordinary. I am truly grateful for the opportunities I've had to grow both personally and professionally, the support, mentorship, and Sorry, ChatGPT wrote this, so I don't even know how to say that word. Camaraderie I've experienced here has meant the world to me from day one. I felt part of something special. Working alongside such dedicated and talented team has been an honor. I've learned more than I've ever imagined. I'm especially grateful for the trust and encouragement that allowed me to take on new challenges and grow in my role over the years. As I look ahead to the next chapter of my personal life, I carry with me deep appreciation for everything this company has given me. I am proud to have been a part of such a remarkable organization and will always speak of my time here with great fondness. Please know that I'm committed to ensuring a smooth transition and will do anything I can to support you and the team during this time.
On April 14th, 2025, the same day that you sent this resignation email to Assurant, you started working at HireRight, correct?
Correct.
From April 14th until April 18th, when you were working for both Assurant and HireRight, you went to a sales team meeting, correct?
I believe it was either that week or the week prior. I don't know.
For Assurant, an Assurant sales team meeting.
It was either that week or the week prior. I don't remember.
And at the sales team meeting, did you announce your resignation?
I did.
From April 14th until April 18th, when you were working for both Assurant and HireRight, you communicated with Assurant customers, correct?
I communicated with Family Health because they were in the final stages, and I wanted to make sure that I closed that deal for Assurant. It was a $150,000 deal, and I was the only one that had been in communication with them, and I didn't want to let Assurant lose out on that revenue. And then STS was another staffing organization that was at the final stretch. So I was helping Assurant gain about 200 in revenue in my last week. But yes, those are two clients that I helped close.
So, but my question was, between April 14th and April 18th, when you were working for both Assurant and HireRight, you were communicating with Assurant customers, correct?
With those two, correct.
Before leaving Assurant, you filled out an exit survey, is that right?
Yes.
You completed the exit survey on April 17th, 2025, correct?
That sounds right.
On the exit survey, you represented that you didn't have a new employer, correct?
Correct.
But you had started working at HireRight 3 days before you filled out the exit survey, correct?
Correct.
You also met with a member of Assurant's Human Resources Department for an exit interview the last week of your employment, correct?
Correct.
And during your exit interview, you also told Assurant's Human Resource representative that you did not have a new employer, correct?
Correct.
HireRight is a company that provides background screening services, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 15. Plaintiff's Exhibit 15 is a true and accurate copy of the HireRight candidate guide that you received from HireRight, correct?
Yes.
And according to page 3 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 15, HireRight services small businesses. Isn't that correct?
They might, but I wasn't.
But does Plaintiff's Exhibit 15 indicate that HireRight represents it serves small businesses?
I'm sure, yeah.
Is it true that you are a senior enterprise sales executive at HireRight?
I am.
I'd like to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 16. Plaintiff's Exhibit 16 is a true and accurate copy of the job description for the senior enterprise sales executive position you hold at HireRight, correct?
Correct.
As a senior enterprise sales executive, your job is to furnish deals and to close deals on behalf of HireRight, correct?
Correct.
And under HireRight's compensation structure, the more deals you close, the more money you make. Is that accurate?
Any sales job, yes, that's accurate.
Next, I'd like to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. Plaintiff's Exhibit 18 is a photo of a communication between you and Gurdon Blackwell, correct?
Yes,
And you produced this as part of this litigation. Is that accurate?
that's accurate.
You took this photo, is that correct?
That is.
And it looks like you took this photo on March 28th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you retained this information because you produced it in this lawsuit. Is that accurate?
Yes.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 18, you're discussing a prospective customer called STS, correct?
Correct.
And earlier this week, in this litigation, you produced a 67-page long spreadsheet from Assurance Salesforce that contained customer information, correct?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Earlier this week, as part of this litigation, you produced a 67-page long spreadsheet from Assurance Salesforce that contained customer information, correct?
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
You produced a 67-page long spreadsheet from Salesforce that you obtained from Sean Kinsella. Is that accurate?
So you're talking about the Sean Kinsella?
I'm talking about the spreadsheet that you produced in this litigation that you.
Oh, you're talking about
obtained
Project
from-
Elrond.
Correct.
Okay, well, there was a little bit of confusion. So you're talking about the spreadsheet that was sent to me in regards to Project Elrond?
Correct.
Yes.
So you produced in this litigation a 67-page long spreadsheet, correct?
Correct.
And that spreadsheet contained confidential information about Assurance customers, correct?
Those aren't customers, those are prospects, but they're Sterling's clients.
Well, the spreadsheet you produced was out of Assurance Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
You also produced a screenshot of customer information that you received from Assurance current employee Gary Byrne, correct?
Correct.
And this was just produced today as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
You may return to your seat, thank you.
Stay here. Oh,
Here, I got this up here, this is one. I don't know if you- There's one already. All right, plaintiff may call its next witness.
The plaintiff calls Huda Leininger.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may have a seat. You may inquire.
Can you introduce yourself to the court?
I sure can. My name is Huda Leininger. Yes, Leininger.
You're gonna need to keep your voice up a little bit, so either move the microphone closer to you, or you, thank you.
And where do you work?
I currently work at Assurant,
How long?
nearly 7 years.
And what's your current job title?
I am the Chief People Officer
And how long have you been in that role?
since January of 2025.
And as a chief people officer, what are your duties include?
Sure. So I oversee all of the HR functions. So that includes talent acquisition, total rewards, employee relations, which includes policies, disciplinary actions, unfortunately, learning and development.
And then switching speeds to the defendant in this matter, how did you come to know and or become aware of Ms. Wilbur?
Ms. Wilbur and I were colleagues for several years. She was at Assurant at the time that I joined Assurant, so I knew her as a colleague and as a sales rep,
And what was her most recent position?
a national account executive.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention to what we have marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.
Okay.
Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 7?
I do, yes.
Is this a true and accurate copy of Assurant's job description for the National Account Executive role?
It is, yes.
Was this document prepared and stored in the regular course of business?
It was, yes.
During your tenure at Assurant, what types of clients do National Account Executives target?
Sure. National account executives is one of our highest sales positions. So they target mid to enterprise size accounts across all industries. So that's staffing, healthcare, manufacturing, volunteer, just to name a few.
So Describe the types of information that Ms. Wilbur would have been privy to in the role as a national account executive.
Sure. So as an NAE or National Account Executive, she would have been privy to client information, pricing information, financial information, information about our platform, about our products, services, how we differentiate against other competitors.
Can you recall what Ms. Wilbur was most recently earning as national account executive?
Yes, she received an increase on April 1st up to $92,500.
And are bonuses available and commissions available for national account executives?
Yes, absolutely. Their compensation plan is made up of a base salary, and they are eligible to earn incentive pay, which consists of bonuses and commission, monthly commission.
So let's switch speeds again and look at assurance policies. So generally speaking, describe some of the policies that Assurance adopted to protect its confidential and proprietary information and its trade secrets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a number of practices and policies in place, starting with our employee handbook. We have a telework agreement. We have a compliance training. We have an entire enterprise security program as well. And in addition to that, our employees go through mandatory annual training on an annual basis. So our handbook training is reviewed by employees every year, and they are to complete the training. They get a copy of the handbook. They have to sign off and acknowledge that they completed the training, understand all of the policies that are in the handbook, and that they are to abide by them. In addition to that, we do have a annual security training as well that employees are also required to go through on an annual basis, sign and acknowledge. In addition to confidentiality agreements, we have our non-compete, non-solicit. There's quite a few steps that we take, and we ensure that employees have full access to it on a regular basis.
So you mentioned confidentiality agreements or policies. How has Assurant enforced these policies since you've been in your current role and really since you've been at Assurant?
How have we enforced them?
Yeah.
Sure. So part of that is, again, ensuring that employees understand that they have different access to different level of confidential information. Again, given the industry that we're in, we're working with PII all the time, and so we ensure that our employees understand the importance, and that in the event that there is a violation of any of these policies, that they would be subject to disciplinary action.
So I want to turn you to what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, and these are some excerpts from Assurant's employee handbook. Do you recognize what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 17?
I do, yes.
Is this a true and accurate copy of policies contained within Assurant's employee handbook?
It is, yes.
Then, are the policies contained in the employee handbook prepared and stored in the regular course of business?
It is, yes.
How are employees made aware of the policies within the handbook?
Sure. So, as I mentioned, we do conduct an annual training that employees are required to complete. And then in addition to this, it is featured in a public SharePoint page that employees have access to, in addition to regularly referencing it or linking it in newsletters that the HR team that I oversee pushes out to employees. And it's readily accessible at truly all times.
And then what type of, I think you may have mentioned this, but what types of agreements does Assurant use to protect its confidential and proprietary information?
It would be our policies, but it would also be reflected in our telework agreement as well.
And then does Assurant typically have a policy of having employees agree to non-competition agreements at the outset of employment?
That is correct. We do have a standard non-compete that all employees enter into.
Then, what do you think assurance non-compete agreements are directed at protecting?
Proprietary information, what we consider internal trade secrets, differentiators, client information, candidate information.
And then, was Ms. Wilbur required to sign a non-compete agreement?
She was, yes.
And was Ms. Wilbur required to sign a telework agreement?
She was, yes.
I want to turn you to the telework agreement, which is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 9?
I do, yes.
Is this a true and accurate copy of the telework agreement between Assurant and Ms. Wilbur?
It is, yes.
Was this telework agreement prepared and stored in the regular course of business at Assurant?
It was, yes.
So can you describe to me how this telework agreement is aimed to protect Assurant's confidential proprietary information?
Absolutely. So throughout this, it does outline the expectations that employees are to have and adhere to, as we are a remote first organization. So it truly walks through ensuring that you have a secure space that you're working in, that you are not sharing information, that you are to follow the policies throughout the handbook, just to name a few.
So let's talk about Ms. Wilbur and her decision to resign from Assurant. So how did you first learn of her decision to resign?
Sure. So Andrew Gavin, her manager at the time, forwarded HR a notice of her, or a copy of her resignation notice, and that's pretty standard practice where the managers are informing HR.
And so when you learn of an employee's pending departure, what do you describe how Assurant typically goes about that?
Sure. We have a very formalized offboarding process. So an individual on my team, our HR business partner, she handles the exit interviews, and it consists of an electronic survey and a voluntary electronic survey and a voluntary conversation. And then in addition to that, at that time, she uses that to walk the departing employee through details regarding benefits, access to their personal information in our HRIS system, who the point of contact would be, how to return their equipment, all the details that they would need to feel comfortable and confident in preparation for their departure.
Yeah. And why do you think Assurant uses exit surveys and interviews for departing employees?
Sure. I mean, it's best practice from an HR perspective to have exit interviews. Exit interviews really help provide insight to why is it that our employees are leaving us, right? It helps us understand, are they going to another organization due to compensation, due to growth? Is it personal reasons? Is there feedback that they can provide us to understand how can we apply the changes that may possibly be feedback that existing or retaining employees also have.
So what happens if a departing employee refuses to participate in these exit interviews and surveys?
They're completely optional. I mean, in the event that they refuse to participate, the information in regards to how to access their personal information, how to access benefits, all of that is still emailed to them, and then how to return assigned equipment. And then we just follow standard pay practices based on what any pay that is still due to them.
So I want to direct you to the exit survey, which we have marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 11.
Okay.
Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 11?
I do, yes.
Is this a true and accurate copy of the exit survey that Ms. Wilbur completed?
This is, yes.
Was this document prepared and stored in the regular course of Assurance business?
Yes.
So getting to the substance of this, how common is it for employees to indicate that they are not leaving for another employer?
It's not very common in the instance where an employee has personal reasons. They may indicate that they don't have a new employer lined up, but oftentimes when individuals leave an organization, they do have a new opportunity lined up.
So looking at page 2 of Exhibit 11, are you able to tell me what is marked as the reasons contributing to Ms. Wilbur's decision to leave Assurant?
Yes, there is one box marked and it is labeled dissatisfaction with pay.
And looking to page 6, what did Ms. Wilbur report about Assurant's flexibility?
Sorry, I'm just looking for the page numbers. She indicated that she strongly agreed.
Then what did Ms. Wilbur report about her relationship with her immediate manager?
The question states, my immediate manager cared about me as a person, and she indicated she agreed.
Looking to the next page, what did Ms. Wilbur report about coaching she received from her immediate manager?
She indicated agreed.
And on the same page, what did Ms. Wilbur report about the treatment she received while working at Assurant?
It states, the people I worked with treated each other with respect, and she indicated she agreed.
And lastly, on the next page, what did Ms. Wilbur report about her future plans?
She indicated that she did not have a new employer.
So we're going to switch gears here, and just broadly speaking, how would you describe the background screening industry?
Sure. It's a very competitive industry, and I'd say that if you've been in the industry, you're very aware of who the players in the industry are.
Could you identify any major competitors of Assurant in this space?
Sure. Sterling was one of them, First Advantage, Higher Rate, Accurate.
And most of these companies known to each other in the industry?
Very much so, yes.
So let's stick with Sterling and First Advantage in particular. Are these companies now merged as one?
Yes, First Advantage acquired Sterling, and that was a really large acquisition in the industry, and it really shook things up between those two organizations.
And are mergers pretty common in the industry? Or?
In the last few years, they certainly have been.
So how does an acquisition of this size affect the rest of the industry?
Sure. Given how large both of those organizations were or are, from an HR perspective, I am confident that there would be a lot of layoffs, restructuring. There would be individuals that perhaps are concerned with their future opportunities. I would say at Sterling because they were the ones being acquired, where First Advantage was the acquirer.
And to your knowledge, does First Advantage use non-compete agreements?
They do not use non-compete agreements.
At least to your knowledge, when they merged, was there an exodus of people leaving the now merged company?
Oh, yes. I mean, even prior to the acquisition, across the industry, there were a number of layoffs. We're in the background screening industry. So, I mean, it's really, a lot of it is based on hiring. So since COVID, a lot of organizations had to take some unprecedented action. But it was very known since the prior to the acquisition and post the acquisition, there were a number of individuals leaving both voluntarily and involuntarily, and that there was a number of layoffs that occurred.
And did you or Assurant receive any cease and desist letters from First Advantage when Assurant hired this former Sterling employees?
We did not know.
Why do you think this was?
Well, First Advantage was the acquirer, so it is very known in the industry that First Advantage does not use non-competes. And it was also understood that Sterling was transitioning onto First Advantage's model. So it was understood that individuals that were impacted due to layoffs or self-selecting and voluntarily leaving, that they would be, all retaining employees would be transitioning onto the First Advantage model.
And does Assurant expect employees joining the organization to abide by contractual obligations?
We do, yes.
Okay, so getting back to Ms. Wilbur, when she was departing Assurant, was there anything peculiar about this?
In regards to, I'm so sorry, in regards to her exit interview?
Her, just generally speaking, her departure from Assurant, was there anything odd, out of the ordinary compared to other departures?
I would say that just shortly prior to her departure, we did, Andrew had really advocated for a pay adjustment to her, for her. I know that she had conversations with her manager, Andrew, at the time regarding personal items, and so that was the cause or reason for her departure that she stated.
And when did you become aware of Ms. Wilbur sending herself some of Assurant's information?
Sure. So there was hearsay that Ms. Wilbur joined a competitor, and that was news to us because of the information that she stated in her exit interview. And so our counsel did reach out to Higher Rights Counsel, and Higher Rights Counsel did confirm that Ms. Wilbur was not only working for them, but that she was working for them at the same time that she was working for Assurant. So not only was she in violation of her non-compete, she was also violating a number of other policies while she continued to be employed with us.
And can you recall any other instances of employees departing Assurant that have sent themselves information?
Oh, absolutely not. We've never had a case where individuals that I was aware of that were double dipping, for a lack of a better term. And in addition to that, at the time that we were confirmed and informed that she was at a competitor, we, as part of our standard security process, we do evaluate and have access to all email information. So that's when we also identified that she was sending this information, and that was also in a violation of a number of policies as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, but are employees made aware of these policies?
Oh, regularly, yes.
So you mentioned earlier that all sales employees, and it's regular practice for employees at Assurant to sign non-compete agreements in relation to their employment. Can you recall any recent instances of Assurant enforcing their rights under them?
Yes. So where Assurant enforced our rights against former employees? Sure. So we have, and really in the event with a non-compete, we're really looking at it from a case-by-case basis. Every scenario is different. However, we've never had a case such as this where the actions by Shannon were very egregious, and we've never had a case where someone was employed by two employers, let alone at a competitor, and also knowingly sent confidential information.
And how would you describe this confidential information, why it's sensitive to Assurant?
Sure. I mean, it provides a competitive advantage. The sales team, they utilize resources that are available, whether it's something that the business invests in, or whether it's having to conduct research and identify public information that's available. By having a spreadsheet that Ms. Wilbur had, it's really circumventing all of that work and having it, readily and accessibly available.
And so just kind of moving back a tiny bit, so when you're looking since your time at Assurant and employees departing, can you just describe me the reasons why Assurant may choose to do one thing or another?
Sure. I mean, we review every case on a case-by-case basis. And in the events where former employees may have went to a competitor, there was always a lapse in time of their employment between Assurant and their current or their employment with a competitor. And in addition to that, none of those individuals knowingly took information.
And to your knowledge, were any of these employees working for a competitor while working for Assurant?
Absolutely not. No.
So I want to turn you to the document which is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 12. This is the pipeline report. Can you describe what this document is?
Yes, this is an email from Shannon or Ms. Wilbur emailing her personal Gmail account a copy of the pipeline spreadsheet.
So the spreadsheet mentions Sean Kinsella. How did his employment with Assurant end?
Sean Kinsella resigned from Assurant, and his last day worked with us was on April 7th, 2025.
And you already mentioned this, but are you able to recall any other instances of someone sending a pipeline report to themselves at their departure?
No, not at all, and also not a pipeline report of another former employee.
Then let's move on to what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. Can you describe this for me?
Yes, this is a copy of another email that Ms. Wilbur emailed to her personal Gmail account, including that also includes a historical bookings spreadsheet.
And how would you describe it, the information contained within the chart?
So this shows her historical bookings and activity, which would also include client information or accounts in which she successfully closed during her time at Assurant.
And would sending this type of spreadsheet in conjunction with their departure to another background screening company, would that, in your opinion, run afoul of confidentiality agreements and provisions?
Yes.
And how do you think Assurant would react learning about an employee doing so?
We would take appropriate steps to really take action based on the violations, which was a violation of our non-compete, our confidentiality agreements, and we felt based on the information that we had that Shannon was in violation of those. So we took action against Shannon.
So I want to turn your attention to what we have marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 21.
Excuse me.
Can you describe these documents for me?
Sure. So this is an email communication between counsel. It is a cease and desist regarding a former employee of Assurance by the name of Lindsay Hahn.
And what about the next, let's see, cease and desist letter. I'll say assurance 72 in the bottom right corner.
Yes, this is a copy of a formal cease and desist to a former employee by the name of Michael Ring.
What's the last name?
Ring. Yeah, no problem.
All right, then flipping to assurance underscore 84.
Yes. Oh, sorry. This is a correspondence between counsel regarding former employee Mr. Ring, Mike Ring.
Then how about assurance underscore 87?
This is a copy of another correspondence between counsel regarding former employee Lindsay Hahn.
So are these true and accurate copies of assurance enforcement efforts against departing employees and non-compete agreements?
That is correct.
So earlier today, the term sure search came up. So such as sure search, I'm sorry.
It's hard
How do
to
you
say.
protect the information proprietary to Assurant?
Sure. So it was stated that our formerly known as IQ Logic's Sure Search, I even have a hard time saying it, is referenced on our website. However, it is a very lightly referenced. Any prospects that are obtaining any information regarding our homegrown database or platform, they are required to sign an NDA, and this may be through the RFP process, this may be through a stage of the sales process, but we take formal action in ensuring that not only do our employees have confidentiality agreements in place, but also that any prospects and clients do as well.
So after the NDA is signed, is that when prospects are provided more information on Sure Search than what's provided on the website?
That's correct, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may I grab my water, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You can bring that to her.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
May and Claire.
Good afternoon, or late morning, we're close on that, Ms. Lanier.
Good morning.
So we just talked a little bit at the end of your direct testimony about there being use of an NDA, and then that would provide more information to the client after that. Can you explain what information was provided before, or what information was sort of behind that NDA wall?
Sure, absolutely. So during the sales process, a lot of our marketing materials or a lot of the sales details that sellers go to market with is more high level, and it does focus on differentiators, but it doesn't go into the level of detail regarding our proprietary systems because it's out there publicly. So it's an effort to maintain, again, I guess the secret sauce behind how we are different from other background checks or organizations, excuse me. And so after an NDA is obtained, the sellers or the supporting team that is pursuing this opportunity, they are able to go in much more detail regarding our systems, regarding our platform, and can share much more detail regarding how we obtain the data and how we turn around our services much faster than the competitors.
Okay. Ms. Wilbur was not privy to that information behind the NDA paywall, was she?
That an NDA, all sellers understand that NDAs are applied to prospects if needed or if appropriate.
Okay. Did she take any of that information with her after she left Assurance?
In regards to the database,
Yes. Anything behind that NDA paywall that you're referring to?
well, the reports in which she downloaded were reports from a system that is Assurant information. The NDA payroll or the NDA wall was specific to our platform and how our platform is operated.
Okay.
Anything in regards to the CRM or Salesforce, anything regarding our products, we don't have, that just falls under the employee confidentiality agreement.
Okay. You had mentioned that First Advantage, you said it's common knowledge in the industry that they do not use non-competes?
That's correct, yes.
And can you identify when you first learned that or when that became, I think you said it's common knowledge, but.
It's truly been years. We have formally hired individuals from First Advantage, whether they're currently still with Assurant, whether they have since, departed for various reasons, but it was known throughout the industry, and the CRA, or excuse me, the background screening industry is fairly small, so it is known who does and does not have a non-compete.
Okay, and there was you testified there was a merger between First Advantage and Sterling, correct?
That's correct.
Sterling did use non-competes, correct?
I was not aware.
Saying did or didn't?
Did.
Sure. So my understanding, based on if individuals shared, such as Mr. Gavin mentioned earlier, if they volunteer that information, that is how we would know whether they use non-competes.
As part, you're the I believe, Chief People Officer, is that correct?
Correct.
So you have oversight over the screening processes that are used at when we're onboarding new employees, correct?
Correct.
And you often hire employees from competitors, correct?
I wouldn't say often. We have and we can.
Okay. Well, when you onboarded, we talked about a number of employees with Mr. Gavin earlier who came from Sterling.
Mm-hmm.
Were you involved in that onboarding?
I was, yes.
Okay. Did you do a check for non-competes in connection with that?
If a candidate volunteers that information, we expect that the candidate upholds any obligations that they have in place prior to joining Assurance, and that that is the expectation between them and their former employer, excuse me. But we do inform every candidate and employee that we do use non-competes.
Okay. When previously you had testified that there was, along with that merger, I believe you said a little bit of disruption there that maybe presented some opportunities for Assurant, correct?
Correct.
And you also mentioned that you didn't get any cease and desist letters from First Advantage / Sterling, correct?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that that's because Sterling is aware of it and it doesn't matter to them that this is happening? Or is it your understanding that, or is it possible, I should say, that, look, there's this commotion happening and this went under the radar to them?
I cannot speculate on why they did or did not send us a cease and desist.
Before litigation, maybe in the last couple of days, had you ever heard of Project Elrond before?
I have not, no.
Okay. As we, we're here today, is it your understanding that Project Elrond is something that Sterling would be okay with? Or First Advantage Sterling would be okay with if they knew it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's talk a little bit about the prior ceases and desists that were sent out. Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 21 in the binder. first page of this, we talked about this is a cease and desist letter to a Ms. Hahn, Lindsay Hahn, correct?
Correct.
From May 22nd of 2023. And as you flip to the second page there, to assurance _ 000065, that document is the non-compete for Ms. Hahn, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And is there a difference between, at least meaningful difference between this agreement and the one that Ms. Wilbur signed?
No.
And it is your understanding that Ms. Hahn violated her non-compete, correct?
That is correct.
With respect to Mr. Ring, we turn to a couple more pages here, assurance _ 00072. That's a similar situation. Mr. Ring also had a non-compete with Assuring, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ring violated that non-compete?
Correct.
We go to assurance, if we flip to assurance 84, we see another letter here that's following up on this correspondence. And at least with respect to Mr. Ring, and you see on the second page of that document, page 85, there's an offer by Assurant to settle the dispute involving payment of $25,000, correct?
Correct. I see that.
So at least in that case, this monetary damages were sufficient to address that concern, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I mentioned that we evaluate every situation on a case-by-case basis. The situation with Mr. Ring, at the time that we were informed or made aware that he was at a competitor, when he left Assurant, he was actually with another employer that was not in the industry for a few months, and then he joined a competitor. And by the time that we knew that he was with a competitor, it was probably 8 months after. So his non-compete was close to an end or coming to an end. So at that time, we may have felt that it was sufficient based on the information that we knew. But we also did know that Mr. Ring did not take any information from Assurance and did not steal any information. Okay.
And with respect to the information that you say you know that Ms. Wilbur stole, what information are you referring to that is causing the concern specifically? Because we talked about a lot of different potential trade secrets today.
Well, regarding Ms. Wilbur and what she took, sure. Ms. Wilbur knowingly downloaded information that she knew by downloading was a violation of our policies. In addition to that, she distributed them to former employees. And we learned just this week through the deposition that there was other information, that communications, photos, she's in communication with an active employee. It's hard to say whether or not those have not already been distributed beyond what we know of at this time.
Well, I mean, it is the case that Ms. Wilbur just recently got the information regarding Project Elron and produced it, correct?
I'm sorry, that she just recently...
Ms. Wilbur just got the information regarding Project Elron within the past couple days when Assurance failed to produce any or acknowledge it in its responses to discovery, correct?
Objection.
Sustain. You can ask the first part of the question, but I don't know if the second part has to do with anything.
Just going to the reason for why she got the information, which we'll talk about later, that's fine. All right, let's flip to a more recent issue. Let's talk about Tressa Fullard, assurance _89. And this is an email that you personally wrote, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then the next page, assurance 90, is a document that was attached to that email, I believe, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And in that agreement, or in that letter, you talk about Ms. Fullard's alleged breach of non-competition and non-disclosure agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And she, Ms. Fullard, she had just left Assurant in January of this year, correct?
That is correct.
And she immediately became employed at a competitor, ClearStar, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But with that said, the response that was received for this, or was there a response received to this letter? What is that?
No, there was not a response received for this letter.
Okay. And Assurance still nevertheless chose not to proceed with any further action on that, correct?
Well, there was further action that was taken since we did not receive a response. There was pay that was withheld from Tressa
Okay.
or Ms. Fullard.
Sure. There was pay that was withheld, and just to be clear, you refer to that pay being withheld in your correspondence of February 11th, correct?
Correct.
So your communication with Tressa, you say you're violating your non-compete, you believe you're violating your non-disclosure agreement, therefore we're not paying anymore, right?
Correct.
And she did not respond to that, correct?
Correct.
So from Assurance standpoint, concluded that just withholding that additional money was sufficient to resolve the issue, correct?
Well, we looked into the details regarding Tressa. So going back to, again, the case by case, Ms. Fullard was in a drug testing position or capability or capacity when she departed Assurance. When she joined ClearStar, she joined as a vendor or on their vendor management team. In addition, although ClearStar is considered a competitor, it's also a supplier of Assurance, and it helps supplement our international searches as well. So we continue to monitor and ensure that she is abiding by her confidentiality and non-solicitation agreements.
So the relationship with her new employer, ClearStar, did factor into the decision there?
It did, because ClearStar is a supplier and a vendor of Assurance.
And the fact that she had received a separation agreement and didn't have a choice in leaving also factored in?
No, I mean, we take action in upholding or expecting that they abide by any agreements that are in place. Ms. Fullard was in a completely different role with ClearStar from the role in which she held at Assurance. And again, we just deemed that they were not a competitor because they are a supplier and a vendor.
She was in a completely different role. Can you explain? What was the different role that she was in, as you understood it?
She was focusing on drug testing. She then transitioned into a completely different function, capacity, type of role, and she is in a vendor management role at ClearStar.
Okay. I'd like to go to, one second here, the affidavit. Bear with me 1 second here.
Excuse me.
Right. So, hitting you what's going to be marked as defendant's exhibits. You want to?
Thank you.
We object to the admission of this affidavit as an out-of-court
Yeah,
hearsay.
how is this gonna, you expecting this to be an exhibit, an evidence?
Yes, I was, as a, it was filed with our brief in opposition to,
Well, whatever, but how's it not hearsay? Why isn't he here?
they're not sued, Your Honor, in the short notice, so they
I
would.
mean, how do they cross-examine this person?
I mean, they won't be able to for the purposes of this hearing, but I would also submit, Your Honor, that affidavits are generally considered to be evidence both for TROs and for preliminary injunctions. And like in this case, the TRO was granted based off of.
Yeah, and that's why you have a hearing within 10 days. Well, let me hear, you were gonna object to this beforehand, I imagine, that's what you stood up for right after openings.
Yes, Your Honor. This is an out-of-court statement. We had no opportunity to cross-examine this higher right. We just received this yesterday or 2 days ago. It was attached to a pleading that was filed last night. And, I think we're unduly prejudiced not being able to cross-examine this higher right employee. So we would object to any admissibility of this
Yeah.
affidavit.
I don't understand how it's admissible.
Well, that's fair on that point then, Your Honor, but I would say at least should be okay to question the witness on it in terms of if this is true. That's what I was getting at, is the representations.
But why does she need that? Ask her the question. Ask her whatever question you want to ask. Is something here true? And if she admits it, why does she need this? You want to ask her if something that this guy says is true.
No, Your Honor. What I was getting at is if this is true, would that adequately protect assurance interests? That's what I'm interested in getting at.
Well, then ask her the question. Why does she need this document? I don't want you.
That's fair.
She ask her whatever this guy says. If A, B, and C were to happen, would this protect your interest? I mean, I don't think you need to reference what
Okay.
this. I don't know how you pronounce his name, Lavoie. What he says.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mean, you could propose to her, I guess, a hypothetical. If so, if this, and this were to happen, what would you think? And she can give an answer. But
Okay. So, understanding that Ms. Wilbur is now employed at Higher Right, correct?
Correct.
If it were to be the case that Higher Right instructed Ms. Wilbur not to use any information, documents, or data she may have obtained from Assurant, and it were to also be the case that Ms. Wilbur confirmed to Higher Right that she has not put any information from Assurant onto any Higher Right's hardware or into any of Higher Right's systems, including but not limited to Salesforce, and it were also to be the case that Higher Right and Ms. Wilbur both understand that for at least the next year, Ms. Wilbur will not be assigned to cover territories that overlap with her previous geographic territory of the Great Lakes or to prospects having fewer than 5,500 employees. And it will also be the case that Ms. Wilbur has confirmed to Higher Right that for at least the next year, in the event that she learns of a potential customer that currently works with Assurance, she will hand off the opportunity to another salesperson and will have no involvement in the conversation moving forward. and it were to be the case that Ms. Wilbur has confirmed to Higher Right that she will not say anything in any professional situation that denigrates Assurant in any way, would that adequately protect Assurant's interests?
Objection.
What's your objection?
It's compound, speculative.
No, I'll overrule it, if you can answer it.
I do not believe so, no. As I mentioned, Ms. Wilbur, she has taken several documents from Assurant. She has since, that we found out just this week, distributed documents, has obtained more documents. I mean, who's to say that? We have no idea how far this information has now gone. And we also learned that Higher Right works or competes in the small to mid market as well, which is part of our client makeup. I mean, I do not think that these steps would be adequate, no.
Okay. With respect to Ms. Hahn, who we previously talked about, the letter that you had written to her makes reference to, or you haven't written, but counsel had written, makes reference to her taking a former employee or employer or client employee bridge, and that she was involved in basically targeting that client, correct? If not, we can go back to the exhibit, remember, to exhibit 21.
That is correct, yes. Oops, sorry.
So in that case, you actually had interaction with Ms. Hahn and a client of Assurance. So in that case, why was monetary relief sufficient to address that concern there?
In the case with Ms. Hahn, at the time that she resigned from Assurance, she was on active maternity leave, so she was on leave for 3 months, and then she did not return to Assurance. And by the time that we discovered that she was at a competitor, it was 8 months later, and therefore, again, we reviewed it on a case-by-case, and we took the appropriate actions that we felt were adequate at that time. And again, Ms. Hahn did not violate other policies and intentionally steal information.
But it was your understanding that she was competing with actually targeting a customer, involved with a pitch to a customer. That was just not the same level of concern for that. Is that correct?
It's still a concern, of course, but Ms. Hahn was working in a different capacity, and again, she was not actively, by the time all the time had lapsed between her time with Assurance and her being at a competitor, it was nearly a year at that point.
Okay. Now, with respect to Higher Right, you had been the signatory to the verified complaint, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you verified that evidence before it was filed with the court, correct?
That is correct.
And in the verified complaint, you make some series of allegations about wrongdoing that you attribute to Higher Right, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You say, for example, Higher Right has continued to profit from Ms. Wilbur. That's one of the things alleged in that, correct?
Correct.
And you do, in fact, believe that Higher Right is engaged in wrongdoing, correct?
I feel that Higher Right, it has unfair competition and an advantage due to the information that Ms. Wilbur took from Assurance.
So could you explain Assurant's reasoning for not choosing to sue Higher Right in this case?
We have not yet taken action against Higher Right. We took action based on the information that we had, and all of the information at the time was in regards to actions that Ms. Wilbur took and violations of our non-compete and our policies that Ms. Wilbur took.
Okay. I think we're done. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
We're all set, Your Honor.
All right, you may return, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional testimony or witnesses?
Nope, plaintiff closes.
Does the defense plan on presenting any testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll present Ms. Wilbur.
Aside from Ms. Wilbur, anyone else?
No.
All right, let's take a half hour or so for lunch, and then we'll start back up at 1 o'clock and conclude this then. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can do what you need. I gotta sit here for a second, so
Okay.
you don't have to stand the whole time.
At ease.
At ease. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good way of saying it. right, is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, defense
may-
calls defendant.
You may return back to the stand. Remind you, you're still under oath from earlier.
Okay, don't have to do that again?
Don't have to do that.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Lilac.
All right. Good afternoon. How you doing today?
I'm all right, how are you? This is loud now.
Yeah, we'll lower that now. I had it up.
I'm already loud, so
the
I don't
last
think we want
witness.
double whammy.
All right. So, Ms. Wilbur, let's talk a little bit about your background at Assurance. So, what were your dates of employment there?
I started in May of 2017 until April of this year.
And what was your first role at Assurance?
A regional account specialist.
Okay. And your regional account specialist, was that a sales position?
It was.
And what sort of customers were you working with at that point?
Customers less than 1,000.
Okay. Did you have a territory during that time?
Yeah.
Do you recall what the territory was?
During that time, I believe it would have been like Texas, but it was just kind of all over the place.
Okay. And how long were you in that role for?
I was technically a regional account specialist for 5 years. Just they changed my name title because I usually asked for more pay every couple of years.
Okay. And what was your next role after leaving that position?
The national account executive.
Okay. And I think there was some discussion earlier, that started in 2022, right?
Yep, 2022.
Um,
Yeah, 2022.
2022. Okay. And what was your focus for customers at that level?
So it was 1,000, but with my 1,000 and above, Assurant, I think it was at one point I went to 15,000 because we had a strategic account representative, and then they changed it most recently to 1999. But Assurant just doesn't play well in the enterprise space. I had been here for 8 years, and I don't have a closed one book deal over 3,500. Assurant focuses a lot on staffing and transportation, and I did have a large book of staffing and transportation from when I was a inside seller, and then for staffing when I was in the NAE space. But my book of business did not exceed for what I have closed one. Definitely not over 5,500, just because unfortunately Assurant doesn't play well there.
Okay. When you say they don't play well there, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, they don't have all the products. There's a reason why HireRight's, an $800 million company. There's a reason Sterling's an $800 million company. I think Assurant maybe 40 to 100. And Sterling goes up against HireRight and First Advantage. Assurant goes up against like Choice and Accurate. The only time they really go up against HireRight is in the transportation vertical, because HireRight does specialize in transportation.
Gotcha. And there was some discussion earlier about the transportation space when Mr. Gavin was testifying. You said that they are competitive with HireRight in that transportation space. Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Yes.
And have you worked on any transportation deals?
Yes, when I was a regional account specialist.
Okay, and that would have been before 2022 then?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct. Sorry.
Okay. And since 2022, have you done any transportation deals?
No.
Okay. Since 2022, have you worked with any transportation clients at all, or even potential clients?
No, we've had a strategic account executive who handles the transportation division. He deals with HireRight a lot.
Okay. Now, when you were a NAE, National Accounts
Executive.
executive, okay. When you were an NAE, did you have a sales territory?
Yes, it was the Great Lakes area.
Okay. And what does that all encompass?
Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, Iowa, I think Minnesota. I might be missing one.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about there being a change in the way that territories were done in September 2024.
Yeah, so when I got back from maternity leave in the middle to end of October, I got told about this new prospect list. And I know Andrew said that it was 6 months, but we were told it was any account that we had contacted over 365 days, that those accounts would still be ours. So technically, I would say majority of my Midwest territory of the Great Lakes would still be in my territory of who I would be prospecting. And then they did add on a couple. I don't remember how many because I wasn't targeting them that much, but majority of the prospect list was the Great Lakes.
Okay. And you've been building that for
3 years. Yeah.
Okay. And so the momentum gained in that area would have carried over?
Correct.
Okay. What would you estimate your percentage of your book of business at the end? How much do you think was still Great Lakes and how much would have been outside of Great Lakes?
Are we talking book of business of prospects or my closed one?
Let's talk about both.
My prospect list, I would say, is definitely higher than 50%. I would say probably 75, 80%. My closed one for an NAE is going to be 95% of the Great Lakes, just because we had been transitioning. They did like a round robin system for any outbound or inbound leads that came in. But for the most part, my closed one deals are going to be the Great Lakes for any.
Okay. There was some testimony earlier. Mr. Gavin had testified that he thought you had you mentioned a few clients that might be larger or outside of the Great Lakes area. One of those was Kelly Services. Can you talk to your relationship with Kelly Services?
So I did not close Kelly Services. What happened was a previous rep who was a little bit shady. They closed that account, and they got fired shortly after. I saw that account had been closed, and it was in my territory in the Great Lakes. So I went to management, and I was like, this isn't fair. I should be at least getting the billings. And they did assign that over to me, but I never talked to Kelly Services, but it was actually Kelly Education. Kelly Services is the top, and then there's a bunch of there's Kelly Education, Kelly IT. This division was only Kelly Education. And they gave me the billings for it, but I was not part of closing that deal.
Okay. How big was that? Was Kelly Services, as you understand it?
The Kelly Education deal, I believe, was like $25,000 to $40,000. They kind of fluctuated.
Employees?
Oh no, I don't know what Kelly Services is. They're staffing. They're top 5, but I don't know how big they are.
Do you think they're over 5,000?
I can't say.
Okay, but you never talked with Kelly Services? Did I hear that right?
No, I never talked to them to close that business. After the fact, when they did transition over to me, I did introduce myself as, hey, if you ever need anything. It was more so like an account manager, but I never knew any of the details about Kelly Education. That was the previous rep who closed it.
Okay. So you did have some interactions with them. Have you talked with them since leaving Assurant and going to HireRight?
No, and they left Assurant like 2 years ago. They weren't happy with Assurant.
Okay, so that's not even a current client then?
No, they left.
Okay. I believe the Girl Scouts were also mentioned, is that right?
Yes, so Girl Scouts, I did not close Girl Scouts of America, the corporate. I think Scott Fearman did a long time ago. But with the Girl Scouts, they all have like individual charters, I guess you could call them, where there's maybe 10 employees there, but sometimes they'll put like the volunteers under like an employee, but there is not one Girl Scouts that I have closed that is over 5,500, because I don't even think Girl Scouts of America is over 5,500. but that was not an account that would have been over 5,500.
Okay. What would have been, well, have you been in contact with Girl Scouts of America, at least the client that you were talking to, have you been in contact with them this year?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you were in contact with them?
I don't even remember closing a Girl Scouts. That had to be when I was a regional account specialist, not when I was an NE.
Okay. And how about Marianne College?
Yes.
Okay, can you talk about the relationship with Marianne College?
Yeah, I believe I closed them in the beginning of this year. I think they're in like Indiana, Indianapolis, one of those. And they have, I think, like 1,600 employees, so nowhere near 5,500.
Okay. So would Indianapolis, would that have been part of the Great Lakes?
Yes. And Kelly Services is out of Michigan.
So then, just to clarify, you did not have any, well, did you have any customers over 5,500?
No.
How about, we talked about Assurant not playing well in the space. Can you explain why the space of 5,500 or more employees? Can you explain what was preventing them from being a competitor there, as you understand it?
Yeah, I think Andrew talked about it a little bit. They do have a product like Roadmap that they're trying to install. And they have a lot of products that they need to be able to go to market with in order to play in the enterprise space. There's companies like Sterling, First Advantage, and HireRight who already have them all. And they have all the big names that they can reference, and Assurant just doesn't have that yet. I have worked deals over 5,500, but unfortunately they were all closed lost because of Assurant not being able to play in the enterprise space. So, that was one of the reasons why I was why I was leaving, and I let Kurt know, like, my specialty kind of at Assurant has been small and mid-size accounts, and he took a chance on me because I haven't played in the enterprise place. I've never worked a Google. I've never worked an enterprise, rental. I've never worked an Uber, and he was like, "I can train you. I can get you there," because I haven't had that at Assurant yet. So it's just is what it is.
So, obviously, we're here today because of your decision to switch to HireRight at some point. Can you talk about what the process was like as far as looking for another job? What made you choose HireRight?
Yeah. So when I first started talking to HireRight, I made sure that I wanted to, one, make a transition for my family that I knew was going to help me. At Assurant, everyone knows how much I made. For the most part, during my time there, I was at $80,000. I was going to be going to $140,000 at HireRight, and this was just something that I couldn't walk away from. My treatment while I was at Assurant, I made it very well known to everyone. Gurdon, I let Andrew know when things were wrong, that it wasn't my time there anymore. I tried to go out in a positive fashion. I knew everyone that I was working with from C-level down. I think there was like 20 Sterling people at one point that I had a chance of working with them again. So I wanted to just make sure that I left on a good foot and that there was no ill will. So I did my part, and I made the transition to HireRight because I knew that was what was best for my family and for my health, my mental health, everything. It's just, that was what I had to do.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion earlier about you receiving an offer from HireRight, but in early March, I believe?
Correct.
And you didn't tell Assurant about that immediately, correct?
Correct.
What happened there? Why not?
Yeah, so my background hadn't cleared, which I don't like saying because I'm going to a background screening company. So I reached out, I think it was like 3/17 to them, asking why my background hadn't cleared. And then on 4/11, they let me know that I had to like resubmit all of my background check again. So I was like, what the heck? And they said that there was like a cyber attack in Cuyahoga County or something. So I wanted to make sure that before going to my new position that my background had cleared and nothing could happen, and then I would be out 2 jobs. But that was why that there was like the lapse.
Okay. And did you get clarity on why there was a lapse?
What do you mean?
Did you fail the background check?
No. I think it was just a holdup on Cuyahoga County that entire time.
Okay. All right. And so you chose to inform Assurant in, I believe, talk about early April at some point?
Correct.
And so was that after learning that the background check cleared?
The background check had not cleared. So I was still waiting, I think, on 4/11, and it still hadn't come back. So I had to just take a leap of faith that, and I never checked again. So I'm sure it's cleared in High Right system somewhere, but.
Okay, I think originally the discussion so far has been that you notified Andrew Gavin on April 4th, at least verbally, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what made you choose to notify Andrew on April 4th of your intentional leave?
I knew that it was just that time, and I wanted to have that conversation with him. I knew it was going to be a hard conversation for me. I mean, he said that I was emotional. I was emotional, just because of everything that had been happening. He basically said, take a breather, take a week off. And then that next week I was like, the decision's made. But I still wanted to make sure that I was helping Assurant. Like I knew that I had a lot of years of experience. I had a pipeline. I told them I would help with any sort of transition. Like I said, I closed one family health for $150,000 because I knew that if I possibly didn't answer a couple emails, that deal would have went to the wayside and possibly not closed. So I know Assurance kind of, trying to put it out that I'm a bad guy. But if I truly was this horrible person, I would have made sure that I didn't answer any emails. I wasn't closing deals for Assurant. I never once contacted Family Health after the fact in behalf of Higher Right. Like I closed that deal for Assurant, and then I closed, I hope it closed by now, STS for another $40,000. So that's $200,000 in my last week of employment.
Did your compensation at Assurant involve any sort of commission?
It did.
So that last week, those deals that you helped close, how much money did you get off of those?
None.
Okay. Why did you do it then?
Because I truly did want to make sure that I put Andrew and his team in a good position. And I was waiting for the team to reach out to me to talk about the deals that were active in my pipeline, but I never heard anything. But the deals that were reaching out to me actively, I wanted to make sure that I closed for Assurant.
Okay. When you were, I guess, in the process of getting onboarded at Higher Right, did you inform them of the existence of a non-competition agreement?
Yeah, I let Kurt know on my first interview because I was worried. My goal was to never, ever, ever solicit any business from Assurant. That was not my goal. And he said, well, we will put you as far away from the Great Lakes as we possibly can. So he put me in the California, which anyone in this room who's in the background screening industry, you know that California is absolutely horrible for background screening. I did not want that territory, but I knew that I had to. So I was in Southern California, Arizona, and Hawaii. And I told him, I was like, I've never closed anything over 3,500 employees. He said, great, we're over 5,500 employees. You should never cross. But he made sure that I would not be soliciting any Assurant business.
Okay. So one of the things we've talked about a lot today the email, there were some emails you sent yourself
Yes.
towards the end. What's going on there? Why would you send yourself an email?
Like I said, I had been there for 8 years. I wanted to double check, triple check, make sure that I was not going to somehow close a business that was part of Assurant. That was never my intent to ever do that. And I know, like, optics, it looks horrible, and I'm sorry for that, but it was never my intent. I wanted to cross-reference and destroy the list and move on. And, you know, me being at Assurant for 8 years, I thought that we had like a better relationship than this, that they would trust and believe that that was my intent, and just let me go. Like, I've sold a lot there. I've done a lot there. I thought I was leaving on betterish terms, but yeah.
But the issue isn't just, sending it to yourself. It's everybody else you sent it to. So who else have you sent it to?
Sean. So Sean left the week prior for other reasons that, I don't know about. He asked me to send him his book of business because he was actively interviewing. And one of the people asked him to like do a presentation on what he's worked on and how he got to where he was supposed to be getting. And he was supposed to be like showing like what he's closed. And I mean, it seemed like they didn't really like believe him and trust him. I don't know. But that was the reason why he asked me to send his list. But I did all this because in my mind, if senior leadership had a Project Elron list and it was the Sterling clients and someone had stolen that list from Sterling, then if I'm doing it and I'm doing it for the good, then why am I going to get in trouble for it? Like, it did not make sense to me.
So a few things to unpack there, because I just want to make sure we're clear on this.
Yeah.
You said that you sent, did you send your list to Sean or his list?
No, I sent Sean's.
So who did you send your list to?
No one.
You didn't give it to HireRight?
No.
Aside from Sean's list and your list, did you take any other information at that time or email any other information outside of Assurant?
No.
There's some allegations in the verified complaint about you refusing to return property and information. Why are you refusing to return all this information or property?
I have not refused.
Okay. Do you have any? Are you currently in possession of any physical property that belongs to Assurant?
No.
That's all been returned?
Yep.
What have you done with the information that you emailed yourself after leaving, or in connection with your leaving Assurant?
Well, it's saved because we were told to keep it for the litigation.
Okay. If it weren't for the litigation, would you have destroyed it by now?
I had it deleted and it was just sitting there, and I didn't know you had to double delete, but it was deleted.
So it actually was deleted?
Yes.
So did you recover it then?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that just because of the litigation hold?
Yeah.
Okay. There's also been some discussion about another email that you received just recently involving Project Elron, and that was produced in connection with this litigation. Do you know what document I'm referring to?
Yes.
Well, when did you receive that document?
Within the last couple days. So I think it might have been Friday or Saturday. I don't remember the exact day.
Well, why would you have, you're not even there anymore. Why would you have gotten that document?
Yeah, so I went to Gary, who was a former Sterling employee and now a current Assurant employee. I told him that I was getting targeted for this lawsuit and my pregnancy, and that Assurant was not being honest about Project Elrond. And, with him being a Sterling rep, previous Sterling rep and a current, he sent it to me because he felt like that was the best thing to do because, they weren't saying anything about it.
Sustained is what he said.
I'm sorry?
What was your objection?
It's hearsay, it's just
Yeah, that's what I
testifying
said.
as
I
to.
said sustained as to what he said.
Oh, I'm sorry. So stand as to what he said. Okay, so don't, when you're giving an answer, I appreciate the explanations, just aren't allowed to talk about other, what somebody else said to you.
Okay.
Unless it was Representative Sturm, or Assurant. Okay, so you received the information, I'm trying to remember where we were in that answer. You received the information, I think, let's just complete your answer, so I'll re-ask the question. Why did you get that, why did you seek out that information just a few days ago?
I seeked it out because during the discovery, Assurant was not honest and did not provide any of the details surrounding Project Elron, and their hands are not clean when it comes to that. So I was like, if you're going to come after me and say that I'm going to be targeting my book of business while you're doing that to yours, I needed to get proof. So therefore, I didn't have that list prior, but if Assurant would have provided all that, the lists and all of the target lists and emails, I wouldn't have had to do this. So therefore, I went to Gary, a current employee, asked him for the list, told him the reasonings why I needed this, and he provided it to me.
Okay. Have you shared that with anyone else?
No.
As far as your document production here, is there anything that is still in your possession that you haven't turned over yet?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the exit survey. There were some questions about that earlier. You took an exit survey in connection with your departure, correct?
Correct.
And it sounded like you were pretty happy from what you said on the exit survey. Would you say that's fair?
I would say that's what it showed.
Okay. Why? Can you explain why that was the case?
Yeah, like I said, she told me in the beginning that all the information gets shared with senior leadership, and as I mentioned, it was kind of a sterling takeover of Assurant, and we had a lot of sterling people that have been in the industry for 20 years. I was not trying to ruffle any feathers and provide reasonings as to truly why I was leaving. I did note in there that it was due to my pregnancy. But I just didn't want it to get back to senior leadership, and then a year down the road, Ala or Gurdon is working at Higher Right with me, and then I get retaliated against. So I just made sure that I kept the answers as basic as possible.
Okay. Earlier today, there was some discussion about an NDA process that Assurant uses. Correct. What is your understanding of the NDA process that Assurant uses?
I think that question should have been to Andrew. What Huda was explaining was not the current process for the sales team. I think in my last 3 years that I had sent maybe 5 NDAs, and that's when you have a very, very large RFP. And you're going to be sending out sensitive information. We do not require NDAs to do demo platforms. We do not require NDAs to send pricing. That is not the case at all. That was not true. So in the facts of calling IQ Logics or Sure Search an NDA worthy, I have never sent anything with an NDA because of the Sure Search. It is on our website. It's not anything proprietary. If you're going to check a background check, you're going to do a background check. You're going to go to a courthouse, you're not going to go to a courthouse. It is what it is. That's just the background screening industry. You can call it a certain fancy word, but it's just a fulfillment method.
Okay. With respect to the position at Higher Right, has there been any discussion about targeting your former Assurant clients there?
No.
Okay. What is your understanding of your obligations regarding that?
They want to stay far, far, far away from Assurant. They have done everything they possibly can. They searched my computer. They made sure that there's no lists, there's no Salesforce activity. So it's just not going to happen.
Were you hired in connection with any kind of initiative to steal customers from former employer?
No, like I said, Kurt hired me I feel like he thought that I reminded him of like when he first started in the sales, and like I said, I'm not in the enterprise space. I need a lot of training. I've never closed an Amazon. So he's here to help me and guide me and get me to that next level because I haven't been there. So.
And you made several references to Kurt. Who's Kurt? I don't think we have his name.
Kurt Campbell is the VP of Sales at HireRight.
Okay. So all the references to Kurt have been Kurt Campbell.
Yep.
And since the TRO in this case have been granted, what have you been doing for HireRight?
Nothing.
Okay. Have you even before that, have you called on any customers of Assurant?
No.
Have you, aside from people we've already talked about, have you talked to any other former coworkers at Assurant?
I have some friends that were previous coworkers. They left.
Okay, so not current Assurant
No.
employees? Okay, so just to make sure we're clear on that.
Yep.
Have you talked to any current Assurant employees?
No, just Gary Burns.
Let's talk about the impact here to your family. What's your current financial situation? Like, who do you live alone? Do you live with somebody?
I live with Dylan Franchino. He's my significant other.
Okay, how about any kids?
I do. I have a 10.5-month-old named Landon.
Landon?
Yeah.
And I understand you're pregnant now?
I am. I'm 7 months pregnant. I know we keep saying 6, but this has been going on for a month. But so now it's 7.
Fair enough. When's your due date?
August 24th, the day after my birthday.
Okay. What's the impact of a preliminary injunction on your life?
I mean, it's everything. Dylan does not make that much. He's only been out of college 3 or 4 years. He's kind of still in an entry level position. If I was to lose my position, we more than likely would lose a house. I would probably lose my car. I would not have the health care that I need for my baby. It would be significant. And like I said, all of this, I wish was not happening. But it's been horrible. And I wish we were not here. I'm sorry.
Well, if that's the case, why are you refusing to engage in any kind of dialogue? Why are you refusing to return information to Assurant? Why are you trying to engage in unfair competition if that's the case?
I have not done anything to hurt Assurant in any capacity. I'm just trying to do what's best for my family. This was an opportunity that I could not pass up. Unfortunately, Assurant could have never offered this type of position to anyone because like I said, I couldn't pass this up. This is detrimental to my family.
No further questions.
Cross-examination just adds to the direct here. Nothing, we're not repeating anything that you've already done. So if there's any new issues that were brought up that you want to cross on, you may do that.
Could we take 5 minutes? Just really quick. I didn't know I got to cross. I thought I was done. I could do it if you.
I mean, just to, as what was.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
If there's something that came up that you didn't address and that she's testified and you want to clear up, you're permitted to do that. You don't have to.
No.
Yeah, so we'll twist your arm, Jeff.
I just have a couple questions on Ms. Wilbur. I'd like to turn your attention, you had testified earlier about how detrimental this would be to you if you were to lose your job. As part of the discovery in this case, you produced various text messages that you've received from recruiters under what we've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19. Could you turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 19? If you look on page 1 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 19, it's labeled Wilbur 9. You produced this document, correct?
Correct.
And in this document, a recruiter has approached you about a sales position in the financial services industry. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And if you turn to page 2, there's a recruiter who is contacting you for a sales position in the, what would you say, SaaS solutions. You were approached to take a sales role in that industry. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And on Wilbur 11, you were approached by another recruiter about a sales position at Heartland. Is that Heartland Bank?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you go to Wilbur 15, you were approached by another recruiter about taking on a business development director position, selling behavioral economic software. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And then on Wilbur 18, you were approached by a recruiter about a marketing sales manager position at Cintas, correct?
That's correct.
And Cintas is not in the background check industry. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And then on Wilbur 24, you were approached by a recruiter about a sales position at X Matters. It would be a strategic account executive. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm. That's
And
correct.
in that position, you would be selling things to replace pager duty services. Is that accurate?
I don't know if that's what it says. I don't remember what that was.
I have no further questions.
Any follow-up to that?
Nothing.
You can return your stuff.
Do I leave this here?
Yeah, leave everything there, please. Thank you. All right, anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor, defense rest.
Okay. Any rebuttal testimony you want to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear some closing comments from the plaintiff then.
Okay.
Your Honor, I I'm here today on behalf of Assurant with my colleague Ben Kern because we didn't have any other way to prevent Ms. Wilbur from disclosing our trade secrets. She has mentioned that we can't point to a single customer that has left to go to HireRight at this time. But it's also true that she was in training for several weeks before we were able to get a temporary restraining order. What we do know is we have to show to you that there's a strong likelihood of success that we would have on our underlying claims. One claim being a breach of contract. Ms. Wilbur has admitted that yes, she signed a non-compete, and yes, that non-compete was for a 1-year duration, and that non-compete prevented her from competing or from working for a competing business. The non-compete defines competing business to be companies that service or that provide background check services. We know that both HireRight and Assurant provide background check services. We know that they both compete for customers. Ms. Wilbur may say that those customers are in transportation or those customers are certain sizes, but the evidence is they are in the same marketplace, a marketplace that's highly competitive, and that they have gone out of their way to protect their confidential information. We heard testimony from Ms. Leininger and Mr. Gavin about the trade secrets that Assurant holds dear. And those include things like what types of terms they can put in their contracts. Are we going to have exclusivity clauses? Are we going to have minimums? Are we going to offer certain types of pricing? Those are things that Ms. Wilbur was privy to. And her information was not limited to just the customers she served. She was in training sessions, she was in sales meetings where different sales team leaders were talking about what was working in the market, which deals they were able to close. This was a collaborative environment where they were trying to differentiate themselves. Now, Ms. Wilbur would have you believe that, hey, everybody's just selling background checks, it's the same thing. But that's not how you differentiate yourself in the market. How we were able to differentiate ourselves in the market was, one, there was a home-built platform that Assurant uses. And this means when they're doing a background check, they don't have to go to third parties to confirm whether someone has arrests. They have a formula that is internal and homegrown that they can use to determine. And that gives them an advantage of timeliness, accuracy, and things like that, and gives them more control over the information. Yes, they may reference this on a public website, but the intricacies of how they're getting this court information and how they're leveraging it so that they can be more responsive than their competitor, that is information that she was trained on, that she knows, that she used with customers, that she can go to HireRight now and use that to engage in unfair competition. We know she entered into a contract that had a non-compete. We also know, and it's undisputed, that during her last week of employment, she sent herself 2 spreadsheets with large amounts of customer data. And those customer data, when we have engaged in settlement discussions with them, at first we were told she doesn't have the spreadsheets anymore. And that's in our exhibits. We were told by defense counsel that she doesn't have the spreadsheets. And then she produced the spreadsheets as part of her discovery. So we know that, yes, she still has access to the spreadsheets. And then in addition to the spreadsheets, as part of her discovery, she produced pictures that she took of emails that she had with Gurdon, the chief revenue officer, specific to a certain customer, and never got an explanation for why she was taking pictures of customer information. We know she sought out additional information from current and prior employees to get financial information about our customers at Assurant. The other thing that she doesn't want to mention in her response to our motion for preliminary injunction is the second spreadsheet that she sent herself didn't have anything to do with her customers. This was customers of Sean Casella, an employee that had left, that was open to her, that he wanted to use this information to get other jobs, to put together presentations and share our customer information with other companies. And that's in violation of her confidentiality obligations and a misappropriation of trade secrets. So we know she not only sent herself those documents, but she disseminated them to Sean Kinsella. We know that she had more than just those 2 documents based on her document production in this case. So Ms. Wilbur would have us believe that as long as we put her in a position at higher right where she's not dealing with the same customers, that somehow our interests are protected. They are not. The interests go beyond just her relationship with the customers. She has intricate knowledge as a national account executive of the way Assurance does business. And by having that knowledge, she is put in a position to unfairly compete. We are not asking for her to stay out of the market forever. And just as Mr. Gavin testified, he stayed out of the market for a year. The current CEO and the current revenue office, they stayed out of the market for a year. And then they were able to go back into the background industry and compete and use the knowledge that they had, because the knowledge at that point is somewhat stale. And yes, they cannot disclose confidential information, but the ability to really harm a company is when she just got off the phone with some of our customers during her last week of employment. She has intricate knowledge of where we plan to roll out different products, different pricing, different marketing strategies. This is all very relevant information, and allowing her to go out and compete with one of our biggest competitors, a competitor that we approach 20% of the time, according to Mr. Gavin, will cause irreparable harm for Assurance. And we are here today not to harm Ms. Wilbur. We don't have any ill will against her, except that we have to protect our confidential information. As you can see from the efforts we've taken with other employees, we take this information very seriously. And we don't sue every employee. We look at any breaches on a case-by-case basis of how are we harmed and how can we remedy that harm. But it is undeniable that Assurant has enforced its obligations in the past. It takes its confidential information very seriously. And the fact that Ms. Wilbur not only sent those spreadsheets to herself, but to disseminated it to other people who admitted they plan to disseminate it further, has created irreparable harm. We have no idea how far those spreadsheets have gone at this point. Right now, we cannot identify any customers that she has contacted, but without injunctive relief, and given her past behavior, it is undoubtedly that she will cause harm to Assurant.
Thank you. Mr. Lillard?
Thank you. So, a few things I want to respond to. I guess I'll start with the most shocking to me was there was a statement that essentially there was a misrepresentation done by counsel that Ms. Wilbur had supposedly lied about not having information. That's just categorically false. I'd be happy to do an in-camera inspection of all of the communique. Matter of fact, I think it would be probably a good idea because it will show that it will actually show that we were getting emails from counsel from Assurance falsely claiming that she had not returned property that was actually in Assurance possession at the time of that. I provided a tracking number, and then after that, there was no more engagement on that issue, but the entire tone from Ms. Wilbur that I have been trying to express in pre-suit discussions was, look, let's see if there's a way we can resolve this. We'd be happy to do so. And asked multiple times, what confidential information do you want returned? Do you think that she has? It will be returned. Only thing that we have is the spreadsheets that you told her that you would seek sanctions against her if she deletes. She has been very forthright in her discovery. She has produced everything in good faith. That's just, I think that alone speaks to her credibility on this issue. Turning to the actual merits of whether or not a preliminary injunction is appropriate here. So a few things need to be shown. Is that there needs to be shown substantial likelihood, by clear and convincing evidence or strong likelihood, that plaintiff will prevail on the merits. With respect to the non-competition agreement, yes, she had a non-competition agreement. However, while non-competes can be enforceable generally, the law is very well settled, has been for 40 plus years in Ohio, that they are only enforceable to the extent that they are necessary to protect an employer's legitimate interests. And a nationwide non-compete with respect to somebody who frankly worked in the Great Lakes area or region the majority of her time, and that's where most of her contacts were, is just overbroad. Now, if it were tailored to prevent her from working in that region or soliciting the same customers or even soliciting customers of the same amount of clients, then that potentially could be enforceable. However, that's not something that Ms. Wilbur's been doing. She has been working in her work at HireRight has been entirely on the West Coast. She has not called on any customers and has no interest in it. I think that's apparent from her testimony, is that I don't think she's having a great time in this process. She wants to find a way to move forward, and I think the affidavit, which was submitted, understand that you couldn't use it earlier for testimony, but it still should be validly considered here for considering the evidence that's relevant to whether or not an injunction is necessary. That shows that HireRight is also interested in this, and in fact, I'd be happy to show, because it didn't come up here, but I'd be happy to show in-camera records to you, Your Honor, of all the conversations between counsel as well, that I think shows nothing but an interest in trying to work something out. With respect to the non-compete, one of the things you have to show for plaintiff is that there is irreparable harm. This is an extraordinary remedy. It's going to put Ms. Wilbur out of work. Most likely HireRight will give up on her, and she'll be left without a way to support herself. That's serious business, and should not be given out without making sure that really that is necessary. Now, there have been many clients, or former employees of Assurant that have gone to other companies in the background screening industry. Huda Leininger talked about all of them, and in each of those cases before, injunctive relief was not necessary to address the breach of the non-compete. It was, let's reform the non-compete for $25,000. Let's reform it for, or be done with it based on withdrawing that money. If there's money damages are at issue or are adequate, in which they have been in every other case where a non-compete was purportedly breached, then injunctive relief is not necessary, nor is it appropriate. So, because of that, because of those repeated instances in which money damages have been used by and even proposed by Assurant, then that is, that alone I think should be sufficient to show that we really don't need the blunt tool which will have real impact on a conciliatory employee's life here.
So your position is because they've settled cases in that regard, they can never get injunctive relief?
Not never, Your Honor, but I don't think that anything's been established as to why a non-compete was, why it was necessary here versus why is it not necessary there. Now, for example, if she were,
Well, I don't know if the prior cases dealt with someone taking the information like that and disseminating it. There was no evidence of that.
There's no evidence of disseminating, but there's no evidence of her disseminating that information here either. She hasn't.
She gave it to what's his name, Kissel? Or I can't remember, it was John something.
Right, but he's not working in the industry, and she explained her reason for doing that was.
But that doesn't mean she didn't do it.
Right.
She disseminated it to him, and no one has any control over him.
She did do it, but the question
You said there's no evidence that she did that. I'm saying, yeah, there is. She did it.
Okay, so I'll rephrase that, Your Honor. There's no evidence that she did that for any malicious purpose. Sean Kinsella is not employed in the background space industry. She did that, as she testified, because he wanted help with showing his book of business for a interview, something to that effect. In any event, he's not employed, isn't seeking employment in that space.
But she put that information, never mind, go ahead.
As far as third parties being unjustifiably harmed, it's another essential showing for a preliminary injunction. Is being her family would be harmed. We talked about that, and the public interest here. I don't see what there has to be a showing that the public interest will not be harmed by that. I don't see what help. What about making a person unemployed helps the public interest in this case, especially given that Ms. Wilbur has shown candor here today and has shown willingness to try to get something resolved to be done with this dispute over and over again, as is hiring. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel for Mr. Wilbur accused me of misstating.
Ms. Wilbur.
Ms. Wilbur accused Mr. Lawlick, counsel for Ms. Wilbur, accused me of misstating communications that he submitted on behalf of his client. Plaintiff's Exhibit 20 is that communications in which he said, though she emailed herself a list of her former opportunities in connection with that review, he said she did an audit, she has not retained or transferred that information to HireRight or any other party. And then during this litigation, we have learned that that statement is false. One, she kept the documents. She did have possession of them. And two, she transferred one of the spreadsheets to Sean Kinsella. In this same letter, Mr. Lawlick represents that Ms. Wilbur took these spreadsheets because she wanted to confirm that she had never had a customer over 5,000 employees. But if you look at the spreadsheets in Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13, neither of those have a category of number of employees. So her purported reason for taking the documents doesn't phase out. She couldn't have confirmed that she didn't work with anyone over 5,000 employees in those spreadsheets because those spreadsheets didn't contain that type of information. Obviously, with an injunction, there is always a balancing of harms. We would encourage you to look at Exhibit 19, which is all of the recruiters that have contacted Ms. Wilbur, eager to seek out her sales skills. Ms. Wilbur will tell you that her personality is what gets things sold. So there's no reason why these sales skills that she's developed at Assurant cannot be transferred to another sales position. I will also point out that Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 is her resume that shows that she has sales and marketing experience, 7 years of it, in broadcast communications and in the entertainment casino industry. I will also point out that she testified herself that she was a great salesperson. And so those skills are easily transferable. We've seen examples of other individuals that were able to sit out of the background screening market for a short period of time. I think that all of those things need to be taken into account when balancing the harm against my client, not knowing where these documents have gone and how far they've been disseminated, against the harm that Ms. Wilbur has inflicted by her own actions. Again, I would also point out, part of their defense has been that because we didn't file lawsuits against everyone, that somehow we are picking on Ms. Wilbur. And I think what the exhibit or the documents contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 21, which is our efforts to enforce our non-competes, will show that we look at each of these situations on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes monetary damages will compensate. But what was clear from the testimony from Ms. Leininger is we have never had a situation where someone not only steals documents, disseminates them, but also double dips and works for our competitor while working for us. That's a breach of your duty of loyalty, it's a misappropriation of trade secrets, and it's a breach of her contractual obligations. That's why we're here today seeking a preliminary injunction to avoid any further harm.
All right, this court's going to take the matter under advisement and issue a ruling, quickly. In regards to the exhibits, is there any objection to any of the exhibits that have been identified here that, I know there's,
Just the affidavit.
that was never ultimately identified, so. But any objection to any plaintiff's
No,
exhibits?
as long
No
as the-
exhibit defense, that was exhibit 1, I think.
There was defense exhibit 1, that was it.
So no objection to that, I'm assuming, from the plaintiff?
No objection.
Do you have any objection to any plaintiff's exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the exhibits that were identified will be admitted. All right. Can I see Councilman Chambers real quick?
Yes, sir.